Call this meeting to order, June 11th, regular BCC meeting, and we'll have a roll call.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante.
Present.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Here,
Thank you.
and we have a quorum. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody stand up. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico. Be a symbol of friendship among land and cultures. And for the land acknowledgement, I acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people, who know it as Oga Poge Owinge, White Shell Watering Place. And then, Derek, if you could come forward.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Okay. And then approval of agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Two changes to the agenda as presented. First is to note that item number 6G concerning the Local Emergency Planning Committee has been withdrawn so as to allow time for further consultation and guidance from the State Emergency Response Commission relative to some unclear issues of statewide import and administration. Secondly, we do request that item 4F be removed from the consent agenda and to miscellaneous action items since one commissioner was unable to actually attend the inspection of the adult detention facility, so that will avoid any issues relative to voting on that item when it comes up. Otherwise, I would just note for our meeting minutes that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted last Tuesday at approximately 6:33 p.m. and the amended agenda was posted on Friday at approximately 5 p.m., which is more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Justin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm Commissioner Justin now. I love it.
Sorry.
It is perfectly fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Green. All right. And that moves us on to approval of minutes. I guess we got to do each of these separately. So we'll do May 3rd, 2024 first.
Chair, I motion to approve minutes from May 3rd, 2024.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Next, we do May 6th.
A motion to approve the minutes from May 6th, 2024, the Commissioner Special Meeting.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
May 8th.
A motion to approve the minutes from May 8th, 2024, the Commissioner Special Meeting.
Second.
Again, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
May 10th.
Motion to approve the minutes from May 10th, special meeting of Commissioners.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And last, request approval of the minutes of May 14th, 2024, Board of County Commissioners.
A move to approve the minutes from May 14th, 2024 for the Commission's regular meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are all passed. We have no proclamations, so we go on to the consent agenda. Would anyone like to approve anything besides item F, which has already been removed?
To approve the consent agenda as presented with the removal of item F.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's do item F, which is request approval of the inspection report of Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility pursuant to Section 33-3 of NMSA 1978. And Manager Schaefer, you're going to say a few words about that?
Mr. Chair, real quick, I'd like to give you the resolution number for item 4E.
Yes.
That resolution number is 2024-075.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, with regard to the jail inspection report, two things have to happen by state law. One, we have the Board of County Commissioners has to annually conduct a site visit and inspection of its adult detention facility. And then secondly, a report of that inspection has to be entered into the record or minutes of the Board of County Commissioners. And so this report does that. It was prepared by our legal department and was meant to capture the areas that were inspected and observations that were made during the April 12, 2024 inspection of the adult detention facility. As noted in the cover memo that accompanied the report, the inspection is a very important part of the Board of County Commissioners' oversight, but it shouldn't be misinterpreted as being a full-blown compliance audit of the adult detention facilities operations. That's conducted through other means, both internally as well as through our external accreditation process. So with that, I'd be pleased to answer any additional questions.
Anybody have any questions? Commissioner Green?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for going all visiting. I wasn't able to attend for a variety of reasons, but I did review the report, so I will not vote on it, but it seemed like it was a thorough review, and I did attend a couple things at the jail over the year, so it seems to be a well-run operation. Thank you for taking the time and being my eyes and ears on the ground.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the report.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstained? Okay, by a vote of 4 and 1 abstained, it passes. Next, we move to appointments and reappointments. Request appointment of a member to the Wallacey Advisory Committee. Sarah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm here to request appointment of a member to the Water Policy Advisory Committee. On May 14th, the board approved appointment of 10 members to the WPAC. At the May 29th special WPAC meeting, Mr. Carl Dickens expressed his desire to step down as a voting member. He assured the committee that he'll continue to participate as an ex officio member. Staff reviewed the letters of interest and resumes from the most recent pool of applicants from April, and staff recommends appointment of Mr. Laird Grazer. Laird is a member of the San Marcos Association and Galisteo Planning District. He has experience analyzing state revenue policy, and his full application is included as Exhibit B in your packet material. If appointed, Laird will serve a 3-year term from June 12th, 2024 to June 12th, 2027. And I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green?
I just want to say that I like that he uses our water filling station at the public safety complex. It's probably the one, that's a seat that needs to be represented probably. So even though he represents a different district, he wears 2 hats, so great.
Excellent.
Okay, care to make a motion, Commissioner Green?
I move to approve.
Second?
Okay, Commissioner Hanson made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Now we move on to item 6. 6A, request approval of agreement with Keefe Commissary Network for Community Services at the Adult Detention Facility. And Bill Taylor, I think you're going to present.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Purchasing and Corrections Department is before the board. We have 2 contracts for approval, one for commissary services and one for food services at the adult detention facility. We issued an RFP. There were 2 responses, which was Keefe and Summit were the 2. And the 2 contracts before you is the contract A and B, A being for commissary network, A being the commissary services from Keefe, and the other from Summit, which is B, contract B for we have an estimated total amount in the memo that are based on expenditures depending on population at the facility and inmate funds that are used to pay for those services. And with me is, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Yes, Chair, County Commissioners, I'm the Deputy Warden at the jail, Wade Ellis.
With that, Mr. Chair, we'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much. If I remember correctly, inmates prepare the food over there? Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
That's wonderful. Does this budget to these services that the folks provide is just the ingredients for them and some guidance and oversight of the kitchen, or how hands-on are these providers?
That kind of could depend on the circumstances within the jail. For majority of the time, probably 98% of the time, if we don't have anything going on that we have inmates maybe locked down for a shakedown or some security situation, yes, they provide the oversight. They contract with vendors in the area, get the food in, make sure we got the rotation. They provide the menus that has got to be pre-approved by a dietitian to ensure that we're getting the proper nutrition and calorie count daily. And then they oversee the cooking process to ensure that the food is prepared properly. And then they provide oversight to make sure that the portions are correct.
Thank you. How much food is being sourced locally or in from New Mexico? Do we have any incentives for that?
I do know that they do have contracts with vendors like Cisco out of Albuquerque, Creamland. I wouldn't know all the vendors that they contract through. That is, they set up those contracts. I could get a list for you if you'd like one.
I just in the future, right? Like how we can source and support our local agriculture. Like Creamland is probably a New Mexico dairy at some level. Cisco is sourcing globally, so it'd be good to see if there were incentives that could be built into this to get local agriculture, even if it isn't local Santa Fe County agriculture, something, the less traveled, the better. But thank you. And then, do we use these cooking, when the inmates are cooking here, are we using this as a teaching experience? Is this, I know that Commissioner Bustamante has a program that's at the Pens to work for post-incarceration opportunities. Is there are we using that as an opportunity to, when they get out, hey, maybe let's go work at a restaurant?
The inmates there that do work in the kitchen, obviously, they have to go through a food preparer education course, so they should come out with those type of certifications that are working within the kitchen. We do have some other programs that we are actually working on starting up that actually will have chefs from the community come in and teach inmates to cook, but that isn't necessarily the primary function of this contract.
I understand it isn't the primary, but just thinking of the other incentives to sort of get that value add out of that. But
right,
thank
but
you
they
very
do
much
go
for-
through all the courses. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but they do go through all the courses to properly be educated to prepare food, wash ingredients, wash hands, wear PPE, things like that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
I will make an emotion to approve item 6A, request for approval of agreement number 2024-0174-A-CORR/BT with Keefe Commissary Networks, etc., and the approval of agreement number 2004-0174-B CORRBT with Summit Food Services for the other part of this.
Okay.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have that.
Thank you.
6B is approval of agreement 2024-0192 with TLC Company for construction services to complete Phase 2 of the Agua Fria wastewater infrastructure. Bill and Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Once again, we're before the board for approval, award of a contract for construction for Phase 2 of the Agua Fria wastewater infrastructure, awarding contract to TLC Construction. We went out to bid. We received one bid. There were several bidders at the site, the pre-bid, but we only received the one cost proposal. The engineer of record is recommending award of the contract to TLC. With me is Mike Hart with Public Works that will be managing the project, and will stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mike. So since you only got one bidder, I believe that you're going to have to spend some time having more oversight because there was some issues last time with this company. And so that concerns me. I mean, I know that William and Charlie both presented and gave oversight from the village. I'm just speaking about William, me, and Charlie Gonzalez. And I think that you need to engage them again because there were some problems with the way that TLC did the installations from what I have heard in the past, and so I don't want to see that happening again. Can you reassure me?
I can reassure you that we will have on-site supervision. That we will have on-site supervision. We have 2 new construction inspectors that are spending the full time in the field right now.
Okay, that's helpful. And I see from the map that we'll be doing the red lines. Is that correct?
Now, this phase will actually incorporate the orange.
Okay, the red.
The red
so
has
the
been
red
completed.
has been done,
Yes,
and the orange is next.
correct.
only looks like there's 2 roads or 3. We'll finish the end of Del Ross and Paseo Malcenida and Terrassa Lane. Is that it?
That is correct. The yellow is the Phase 3, which is under design currently, which is 12 roads.
Okay. And we have not gotten the 4 million yet from the legislature, or 5.1, 5.2, or how much ever million it is.
The NOO has not been processed yet, that we expect that this summer and part of Phase 3 construction.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear you're going to have oversight, because I think that's really important. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Bill.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much. So is the goal of this to have 1 phase a year and going forward? Is that?
The goal is to have as much construction underway as funding will allow. That's why we're going for the design of the next 12 streets, so we can phase construction in appropriately.
So the design is to take it all the way through all 5 phases, or is the design is just per phase?
So we have currently 3 phases. Phase 1 is completed. Phase 2 will be completed this summer. Phase 3 is under design. Will go into construction as funding allows it next summer.
And these are on our ICIP list for future upcoming funding?
I believe so, yes.
And so we will be advocating on behalf of Commissioner Hanson in her glorious retirement to get the next phase funded. Actually, a question is, do we have a scope to know how much we should be asking for, or is that all dependent on the design work?
It's design dependent. We have good guidelines as to how much we can do based upon our current bid, so we can extrapolate that.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way for us to just start putting a sort of a big blank number for, for as much as $2 million gets us, and then we start asking for $2 million a year until we're done, or whatever that number is?
We have the ability to extrapolate that currently. Most of this is dependent upon property acquisition. That's somewhat of an unknown right now.
Okay, that's another curveball. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
So there's approximately around 38 streets that need to be completed. This does not include all of the 38 streets, this map. But I think in the future, if you can continue to ask for $2 to $4 million every year, that will keep the mechanism and the momentum going.
If I may ask, if any houses are built in this area, are people required to tie in if they live adjacent to this?
They are currently not required to tie in. Once we complete this project, it'll be turned over to the city for maintenance and operation, and those permits and connections will be done through the city.
But if they live within 200 feet, they have to pay the service fee of the connection.
Regardless of whether they use it?
Yes.
Okay. And then will all new construction in this area be required to tie in?
That's apparently going to be up to the city.
Well, it's in the county, so...
No, so what happens here is, this is in the county, but we do have a agreement with the city that they will accept all sewer from Agua Fria. And I believe that would cover any new construction, because Miss Jenkins was in the audience. I don't know if she's still here, but she just is building a new subdivision, and I believe they're tying in because otherwise they couldn't build.
They couldn't get a septic permit or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Make your motion.
I make a motion to approve, let me just get back to my agenda. Approve agreement number 2024- 0192 PWDK with TLC Company, Inc. for construction services to complete Phase 2 of the Agua Fria wastewater infrastructure project in an amount of $1,738,143.10.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign purchase orders.
I still second that.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passed.
Thank you.
Item C, 6C, request authorization to apply for FY25 firefighter recruitment fund for 6th firefighter. This will be Jacob Black. No, this is Assistant Chief.
Deputy Chief Carroll.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the Fire Department is seeking board approval to apply for a new grant through the New Mexico Department of Finance, the DFA, FY25 Firefighter and EMT Recruitment Fund. The grant is new this year as the state has allocated $25 million to fund new firefighter and EMTs positions across the state. The department is applying for 6 additional firefighter EMT positions, and if awarded, the fire department could receive, and we just found this out, between $65,000 and $75,000 for salaries and benefits for each of the new 6 firefighter positions. As this is a new grant, this funding is subject to change. Currently, the DFA indicates this funding is available for the first year. However, if additional funds become available, funding may be awarded in subsequent years. The FY25 firefighter and EMT recruitment grant is a good opportunity for the fire department to explore some additional revenue sources to address growing needs of the emergency services here in Santa Fe County. This grant opportunity is new and numerous factors are subject to change. Today, we are only seeking approval to apply for the grant, and this application does not commit the county to accepting it. If we are awarded the grant, we would come back before the commission after reviewing what additional future expenses the county would be committed to and ask for approval to accept the grant. With that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hamilton.
Or either way.
Mr. Green. Mr.
Okay,
Hamilton.
thank
Why don't
you.
go?
All right, somebody go. Thank you very much. My understanding is we've already started to look at this as a needed staffing level, but this grant is only for 1 year. Is there a match requirement on our part, or we don't know that yet?
So there's been some talk between some other departments across the state with the DFA. We're trying to everybody's trying to work out what this grant really has, and that's why we're asking only to apply for it, and then we would come back after we reviewed it and saw what our obligations were, whether we would accept it or not. So there's been some questions between other departments in the DFA too about what this grant actually entails.
Thank you. Is the goal of this to bring on frontline firefighters, for paramedics, for somebody like a MIHO or COOP sort of officer? What?
Currently, we were looking at trying to use this funding for the 6 FTEs that we have requested, which would help us hopefully be able to staff the La Puebla station that we've already built. And then we could meet that need up in that northern region. We will additionally, in the future years, probably we're seeing more call volume out in the east and the west. We will at some point need more firefighters and EMTs in those regions too.
And so the La Puebla, thank you. The La Puebla station would become a manned station, is that correct then?
That is the hope.
Okay, wonderful, thanks.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. That was my first question. But presumably, instead of having like the federal situation where they make a commitment for 3 years, you would have to reapply. May still be worthwhile, but.
So yes, so initially, these are positions we've already requested,
Yes.
and we've already planned to fund. This would just help us fund those positions. So whether it's for the first year or whether they continue to fund for subsequent years, it would just be a benefit to the county.
And I think it's a great idea to apply for both, cover bases and see what you get. Do you happen to know, like, the timing of when you find out about the federal one and when you find out about the state one? Because, if you don't know, that's fine, but...
I actually don't know
You don't.
what...
I was just wondering if it was going to turn into a conflict where, like, you get offered the state grant and you don't know whether you have the federal one, you don't know whether to turn it down or not but in a timely fashion, but...
I honestly cannot answer that question.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks very much.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you. So I definitely think it's a good idea to apply for both of these grants, but what I'm concerned about is the Agua Fria stations and them being fully funded or supervised or staffed, and how much time is spent providing services to the city of Santa Fe from the Agua Fria station on Calle del Oro Grant Road.
So your question is, how much time are we spending in the city?
Mm-hmm.
I would have to actually look at our call volume and do some research on that, but I can definitely get that to you.
I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to approve this.
A second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, go apply for your money.
Thank you.
Now we move on to item D, request resolution, amending resolution 2018-12, resolution establishing a water rights fee for purposes of county resolution number 2005-57. And this is Paul.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to bring before you this memorandum requesting that the county adjust its fee in lieu of price. That's the price that we charge to developers or anyone applying for water rights through the county through the fee in lieu of process from the $19,000 some odd dollars it is right now to $36,000. That new price is based upon the recent transaction we closed with Suerte del Sol for $36,000 per acre foot. It's approximately 44 acre feet of water rights that we purchased. We are requesting that the effective date of this change in this price be established as September 1st. The reason for doing so is to be fair to developers, individuals, and such, so that they're aware of the fact that this price is in fact going to increase. We've had, several ULITAs in process, and we want to give those who have been in process kind of like a kick in the, what if, you know what I'm saying, to allow them to, respond and get going, to take advantage of the lower price, and at the same time, perhaps bring some mix of water they may be bringing on their own, or some fee in lieu of, or some mix to that extent. And I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hamilton.
Thanks for that, Paul.
Yes, ma'am.
Are some of the people who are in process now, and it's good to think of, fairness in this case, are some of them indeed bringing water rights, or are they all paying fee?
So it depends on the day of the week and the time of day. Some say they will, some say some mix, some are, I think, going to take advantage of this lower price. But it will certainly prompt some to be active and to get these ULITAs going.
Are we talking about so many water rights for these particular projects that it's going to put the county in a bad situation of, there's a big difference between 16 or 19 and 36.
Yes.
Okay, and so, that could put the county in a fairly bad position. We don't even always buy water rights right away, right? So we're banking this money in the future, it's worth less anyway.
Correct.
So we already have that is this going to compound that problem?
No, we have a sufficient inventory that we can handle what we have in process. There's no telling what might come in the future. We're hoping this does not stifle development. You know, we want to be fair and friendly to all developers and such, but we do believe that we're bringing it to market rate. I think this is a long overdue process that we are in the middle of.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Hope I answer your question, sure.
Mr. Green?
I like that you said a long overdue process, and yet we're extending this by 3 months, the potential to sneak in below the line. I wonder if my fellow commissioners think that that is the right answer. Is that going to spur growth and cost us money, or whether we want to, bring it faster? But
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
ahead,
and
yeah.
Hamilton.
I thank you, Commissioner Green. I agree with you. I think we should raise it actually in 30 days from the day we pass this resolution. So that's my feeling, because we're already accepting and buying water rights for $36,000, and it doesn't seem right to be turning them around for less money than that.
Okay.
Mr. Hamilton?
I wonder if there are a few developments that you're already in process with, and you can identify them, and if there's a process if we've already done enough, like they're sufficiently far along that they have been penciling their work based on the old rates, that they can be grandfathered in, and then the new rates apply to all new negotiations, because that would kind of address the concern. That, in other words, it wouldn't encourage people to start new negotiations July 31st
Right,
to
yes,
just to be price
yes,
thing, kind
yes.
Mr. Hanson?
I believe that one of the first things any development needs to do is bring water rights to the table, or water to the table. So anybody who is already in line would have done that.
I guess that's what I'm asking. If they're at a point with one or two, some developers that they've already made some commitments and haven't closed the transactions, it seems fair to be fair to the people we're dealing with, as opposed to, oh, yeah, we were talking to you, and but we're upping the prices after we committed. It being predictable is kind of an ethical obligation of a government. But I would agree that if there are others who are, do developers come in on a monthly basis, a weekly basis, a yearly basis? So I can see a problem leaving this open till September 30th. So I'm sure you guys discussed this, just because, water rights are really expensive. And like I said, I feel like it already is. It requires a real analysis of trade-offs to bring that money in and be actively looking for water rights, but we often aren't doing that. You had to come in and do that whole assessment of where we stood with water rights, so we had to do that first.
Yes.
And so now we might be in more of a position to more aggressively go after them, but there's already a delay in accumulating fee in lieu of funds and actually purchasing water rights, and can't always get appropriate water rights that are senior and from the Rio Grande and blah. There are a lot of issues. So I can see we're waiting till September. It might be very costly for the county. But we don't want to be unfair if we're, to the people we've already made commitments to.
So I think if, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Paul, if I'm getting this wrong, you'll correct me. I believe in the standard form ULEDA agreement, the key is you have to pay the fee before your price is locked in. So in other words, the way the agreements are written, it's that you'll pay the then applicable fee if it increases before you record your final plat. So I don't want you to think, and again, I might be thinking about it wrong, Paul, that there are a lot of agreements that are coming through, and that if someone gets an agreement, approved between now and September 1st, they're grandfathered in. That doesn't protect them. It's, the actual payment of the fee, which they have to do before they record the final plat. And I'll stop there, and Paul can probably give greater details in terms of the number of agreements that are out there, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood that was the key point of it, was when you actually paid the fee, not when you entered into your agreement.
Yeah, thank you very much, Manager. Commissioner Hughes and Commissioners, the level of activity has not been spurred tremendously by the announcement a few months ago that we were going to be making this change to the fee. There were about 4 or 5 leaders. We're expecting to present several today. However, we only have one, which I'll be presenting next. Another one, just off the top of my head, was due to a quiet title issue, was not identified till just like last week, and we had to pull it from the agenda. And the others are just in various states of completion, so I expect them to be on the next agenda.
So, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, if they give you a check between now and September 30th, they're good at the old rate, and if they don't, they're at the new rate, or whatever date the commission decides is fair.
Yes, Chairman Hughes, Commissioners, that's correct. September 1st is the date that's on this document.
September 1st.
Yes, ma'am. And that's correct. They have the opportunity to pay for that anytime between now and then, subject to the board approving the ALITA, of course.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it seems fair to me to give them a little time.
And these folks have had a bunch of time. This is not the first time we've heard this. We've announced it. It's just the resolution is coming forward now. I'd like to propose splitting the difference and making it August 1st. So it's 2 extra weeks, 1 extra meeting on our part, but not all the way to the September 1st date.
I'll second that.
And that was my motion.
For discussion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Chair. So what is the advantage to the county to do it that sooner?
We've been paying much more for water rights. We know we're going to probably be paying even more. And so we need to get these projects moving and encouraging them to process through. If they can get it through within the next 3 meetings of our meetings, 1 more in June and 2 more in July, they could sneak in under the wire and save themselves a little bit of money potentially, but we don't want to leave it out there for a big project to come through and really cost us a lot of money.
For those entities that have been
Putting it off, or might they say,
postponing
I need to get this thing now. Oh wow, what this is going to, my concern isn't necessarily with a 5 or 10 or 15 lot subdivision. It's more of these larger ones that might be lingering on the side, and I don't want to add the risk to the county for much more time than is necessary.
Understood. Thank you.
And I just want to ask Paul, does August 1st make much difference to you than September 1st?
No, again, I didn't see any flurry of activity spurred by the announcement we were going to 36,000 per acre foot, and I don't expect much difference there. We wanted to accommodate the July 4th holiday and kind of catch it before the Labor Day holiday, so that's why we came up with September 1st. But again, at the board's discretion, we are open to any suggestion.
Any more discussion? I guess we have a motion and a second. Yes?
Just to clarify that the motion wasn't just to change the date, but was to approve this with that date change?
Oops, pardon me. Approve this with the date change of August 1st, effective date. Yes, ma'am.
And I second that.
Yeah.
Right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, August 1st it is then. And this is a resolution number, so we need a resolution.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. That resolution number is 2024076.
Thank you. Okay, next, item 6E, request approval of county utility line extension and delivery agreement between Santa Fe County and Las Campanas Residential Holdings. And this looks like Paul again.
Yes, sir. Chairman Hughes, Commissioners, surprise, surprise, we have ALITA before us at the current time. Again, it's between the County of Santa Fe and Las Campanas Residential Holdings LLC, AKA Calle Monte Vista. In the packet you were provided with, you'll see the 14-page ULITA, rather crude vicinity map, which I apologize for it, as well as an accounting of showing the impact that this particular ULITA will have to our water accounting, our water inventory. And this total amount of this ULITA, including the 20% fee, which we add, is 3.9 acre feet. So I'm requesting approval today for this ULITA, in total of 3.9 acre feet.
Any questions? Someone want to make a motion?
It's Commissioner Hansen's district.
Oh, Commissioner Hansen is your district.
Thank you.
Just being differential.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
6E.
Okay, request approval of county utility line extension and delivery agreement between Santa Fe County and Las Campanas Residential Holding LLC.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hansen, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed. That passes. Item F, I think, is you too, Paul.
Yes, sir. So this particular item is known as an MOA, or a Memorandum of Agreement, between Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe, which will, and I'll read from here, regarding the investigation, modeling, and planning for known PFAS contamination at the Santa Fe Regional Airport. This is a long-awaited agreement, much welcomed. We appreciate all the efforts that were put in by the city to get us to this point. As you'll notice in the package, it's completely signed off by everyone from the mayor, the city clerk and such. And just give you a highlight of the responsibilities. The city will cooperate with the county and its contractors in the characterization of the PFAS plume. The city will permit access to the county and its consultants at the airport for the collection of groundwater sampling if necessary. And then if any monitoring wells are required, they will cooperate with that. And then as importantly is the city agrees to share any groundwater data that it possesses necessary to characterize this plume. This will be immensely helpful to the consultant that we're in the process of retaining to do this work under the grant.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Bustamante.
I don't have questions. I do believe that this is a step in the right direction, and I'm grateful to everyone, both on the county side and the city side, who pulled together to make sure that the county would have access to both the information and the property in order to identify the plume or the sources of contamination of PFAS. So I just want to thank you all for moving in this direction, and I was happy to hear that the city had passed it last week.
Chairman Hughes, Commissioners, I will pass that on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Green.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. And I too am in support of this, and I'm appreciative of the city that they are working collaboratively with this. One of my concerns was how this was presented to us, and in the memo, it did not state that it would include or that it was to focus on the Santa Fe Regional Airport, which I think is a potential hotspot. But also, I was happy to see that in the actual MOA, it does speak the wastewater treatment facility. So my concerns were in the memo, but not in the MOA. So I'm in support of this and happy to see that it does extend to the wastewater treatment plant.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed, that's approved. Okay, we skip item G and go to item H, a resolution declaring intent of Santa Fe County, New Mexico, subject to the satisfaction of certain conditions, to consider the adoption of an ordinance authorizing the issuance of multifamily housing revenue obligation in principal not to exceed $60 million.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Paul Olafson with the Community Development Department. I'll be presenting today, and I also have with me our bond counsel, Peter Franklin with Model Sperling, and we also have a representative of the Affordable Housing Group, which is Ben Taylor, and we can all provide answers as available. The presentation will be an overview of the memo, which outlines the bond request, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Franklin to help us review the resolution. So, in summary, the Cresta Ridge Apartments LLP, the applicant, has applied for the issuance by Santa Fe County of up to $60 million in multifamily housing revenue obligations financing to acquire, design, construct, and equip a 240-unit multifamily affordable housing complex located at or about 4585 Highway 14, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87508. The subject site is approximately 17-acre lot situated between Highway 14 and I-25, of which 10 plus acres, or more or less 10 acres, is being proposed as a multifamily affordable housing development. The development will include 10 buildings each with 24 units and roughly 39% of the total site reserved for open space. The development will serve residents with incomes ranging from 30 to 80% of the area median income, with an average set aside of 60% AMI. The complex will consist of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments with several community amenities and common space. The applicant currently has 3,313 units under construction across 10 states and 18 projects. And there is a project site location presented in the memo and an attachment with the site plan. And pursuant to Ordinance 1998-1, the county manager appointed a project review team consisting of the deputy county manager, the county attorney, assistant county attorney, growth management department designee, finance department designee, economic development manager, along with advisory members from the community development department, the public works department, and the growth management department, along with the affordable housing division. The project review team submits this initial economic and fiscal analysis of the project to the board, and pursuant to Ordinance 1991-1, the review team conditionally recommends approval of the inducement resolution for the project. So I'm going to go over some of the elements that are involved in the analysis, and this is economic and fiscal, and this is as required by the Ordinance 1998-1 in Section 4. The land use criterion. The project must conform to the provisions of the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code as adopted in Ordinance 2016-9. And the review team determined the project conforms to the SLD and SGMP. So that's the Sustainable Land Development Code and the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. The applicant has obtained 2 variances for the project. These are previously approved. One is for building height, and the other is for the number of dwelling units contained in a single building. Applicant has also entered into an affordable housing agreement, and which complies with Chapter 13 of the SLDC. The applicant and the owner of the parcel abutting the project site will also need to enter into an access agreement to provide ingress and egress as part of the requirements of the SLDC. Additionally, the vertical construction will not be allowed until utilities infrastructure are in place and functioning. The SGMP identifies 3 specific affordable housing objectives to effectively and efficiently provide adequate affordable workforce housing for county residents, support the development of affordable housing in appropriate locations with adequate public facilities and services, and support long-term housing affordability and occupancy through the public and private partnership. The project will be a significant step in pursuit of these affordable housing goals for the county. Water use criterion. Water use conservation or reuse strategies are encouraged and looked upon favorably. The applicant's approved water budget is approximately $40.3 0.32 acre-feet per year, and that's equivalent of 0.168 acre-feet per dwelling unit. And additionally, all irrigation needs will be met with using cisterns, and the project will be installing water meters to monitor consumption and look for potential leaks. Additionally, the project has received and executed a ULITA, or Utility Line Extension and Development Agreement, with the county. Item C, environmental impact criterion. The projects under this criterion must be in compliance with all local, state, and federal environmental regulations. The review team has determined that the project is in compliance with all local, state, and federal regulations based on the information provided and is not anticipated to have a negative environmental impact. The county has also consulted with the New Mexico Environment Department, and they concur. Additionally, the project is proposing to provide high-efficiency building envelopes, 100% LED lighting, high-efficiency Energy Star appliances, high-efficiency HVAC systems, and the apartments are going to have low HERS ratings and will be 100% electric. Additionally, the developer will provide PV solar to offset the common area electric consumption. Item or criteria D, infrastructure criterion. If the county must legally provide infrastructure, the cost sharing with the developer will be viewed more favorably. This project does not require the county to provide any infrastructure, and a subdivision improvement agreement with the county will ensure that all appropriate infrastructure, both on and off site, will be accomplished by the applicant. And additionally, the applicant will be responsible for utility line extension, a roundabout on Highway 14, on-site multi-use trail that will connect to the county trail system, and the construction of Cresta Ranch Road. And this is this will be a county dedicated road that runs parallel to Highway 14. Design criterion number E, the project scale and general design must comply with the SLDC. The project review team has found that aside from the two variances mentioned above, and in accordance with the SLDC and those variances, the project meets with both the SGMP and the SLDC. Criterion F, demolition criterion. A project that plans to demolish viable or historic buildings is viewed less favorably. This project does not involve demolition of any existing buildings. Relocation criterion, projects that require relocation of individuals or businesses are not viewed as favorably. This project does not require the relocation of individual businesses. Now under item 2, economic benefits. A, competition criterion. This criterion states the county does not provide bonds that would give one project an inadequate or inequitable advantage over competitors using conventional financing. The project review team has determined the proposed development is not anticipated to lead to increased competition with other like apartments in this area. The county currently has no 100% low-income projects that utilize the 4% low-income housing tax credits. Next is the jobs criterion. And it states that in part, the applicant must demonstrate a genuine effort to hire from the local job pool. The applicant has estimated that 25 to 30% of the construction labor will be sourced from local subcontractors, which translates to approximately 133 to 160 jobs. And the applicant anticipates that 6 new full-time positions will be filled from the Santa Fe area once the project is completed. Those positions include property manager, 2 leasing associates, a maintenance supervisor, and a maintenance technician. And then criterion C, impact on Santa Fe County economy, which states in part the applicant must demonstrate an overall positive contribution to Santa Fe County. The project review team has determined that an economic impact analysis prepared for the county by Impact Data Source and is dated May 29th, 2024, concludes that the economic impact of the project over the first 10 years in terms of job creation, salaries paid to workers, and taxable sales in Santa Fe County is calculated to be approximately $21,836,434. The net fiscal benefits to Santa Fe County is estimated to be $1,816,783 over the next 10 years. And the net benefits over that time frame to the county, Santa Fe Public Schools and the state of New Mexico are calculated to be approximately $4,796,141. Additionally, the project site also contains commercial lots, which will be fronting Highway 14, and these lots will generate GRT once developed. And property taxes, I should say. Next criterion is commitment to Santa Fe County. The applicant must commit to, in part, it says the applicant must commit to remaining in Santa Fe County for at least the term of the bonds. The applicant will sign a long-term lease with the county for at least the term of the bonds and the affordability period. So they will commit to staying and being in the county. The next criterion is local ownership. And import substitution criterion, the project that retains capital in Santa Fe County or have products that decrease the net importation of goods and services in the county, that will be looked on favorably. The review team examined this and determined that this criterion is not applicable as to the goods and services, but the project will provide new, decent, safe, and sanitary apartments to be used as affordable living accommodations for persons of low and moderate income. The affordable housing units will be used by Santa Fe County residents, and the capital assets will be permanently located in the county. And in criterion F, economic incentives, the applicants that can provide reasonable revenue alternatives where tax abatements affect the county are looked on more favorably. The project review team looked at this, and the applicant requests a real estate tax exemption through a ground lease with the county. The ground lease will only apply for the affordable lots, and the commercial lots will continue to pay real estate taxes and will generate gross receipts taxes once the businesses are established. The next criterion, project feasibility and financing criterion. The applicant states the project will, the criterion states the projects must be present convincing evidence, must present convincing evidence that the project will generate sufficient cash flow to service its project debt and any other debt. And this criterion also says it will maintain a solvent business and to retire the bonds in a timely manner. The project review team has determined that the applicant is expecting to partner with a financial institution to directly purchase the issuance of tax-exempt bonds in order to provide tax-exempt construction and permanent loan structure. The applicant will utilize 4% non-competitive federal low-income housing tax credits that will be allocated by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority to generate equity in the project. Also, the applicant anticipates that they will apply to the New Mexico Housing Trust Fund for an award of up to $2 million. In addition, Lincoln Avenue Communities, the sponsor of the applicant and proposed development, is backed by Bronfman Family Office, which allows the applicant to be a well-capitalized and innovative development group. The terms of the anticipated financial agreement have not been finalized, but the review team's favorable evaluation is based on the assumption that these final agreements will be in the county's best interest. Next criterion is the cost criterion. The state's bond amounts will be no more than required to complete the project. The project review team has evaluated that the actual costs of the project are expected to exceed the bond amounts. The current projection for the development costs are approximately $102,500,000 with an estimated appraised value of $45 million. And then the next criterion is the project applicant's record criterion. The applicant must have a good record with projects of this type. The review team has determined the sponsor of the applicant has successfully constructed several multifamily affordable housing projects in several states. And as I stated before, they currently have 18 projects under construction in 10 states with 3,313 units under construction. So the project review team determined they meet this criterion. The equity criterion, projects that have an equity investment will be viewed more favorably. The applicant will utilize the 4% non-competitive LIHTC tax credits I mentioned earlier, allocated through MFA to generate equity for the project, approximately $47,500,000, or totaling approximately $47,500,000. The next criterion is the management criterion. Applicants that plan to manage the project will be viewed more favorably. The applicant in this project plans to have a third party, Selden, company named Selden, manage the project once completed. Selden has experience operating and managing multifamily affordable housing projects with the applicant. So that's the list of the criterion and the evaluation from the committee. The next step for the project, if the board adopts the inducement resolution and subject to other conditions, i.e. the developer and the owner of the parcel abutting the project site entering into an agreement to provide a point of ingress and egress for residents of the project that satisfies the requirements of the SLDC and resolution of any other issues concerning permitting, water availability, or otherwise identified by county staff. County staff will, 1, publish title and general summary of an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the IRBs, and 2, work with the applicant to develop the ordinance and other documents necessary to implement the IRBs. Additional steps anticipated for the project's development include, but are not limited to, the following. Work on an application to the State Board of Finance for an allocation of the multifamily tax advantage volume cap. The bonds are anticipated to be tax advantaged. Ground lease between the county and the applicant. Project-based vouchers may be considered through a formal solicitation process conducted by the County Housing Authority pursuant to HUD requirements. Developer assistance may be considered through a formal solicitation process conducted by the county, and all land use entitlements will be finalized via administrative processes. The recommended action from staff and the review team, subject to 1, confirming the feasibility of the project after the final terms of the bank loans are known, and 2, preparation of mutually agreeable project documents. The project review team believes that the project meets the criteria in Ordinance 1998-1. Accordingly, it conditionally recommends approval of the inducement resolution and the project. And along with this memo, there are 4 exhibits. 1 is the inducement resolution. B is the ordinance number 1998-1. Exhibit C is the approved preliminary site plan. And Exhibit D is an economic impact analysis. Okay, so that was a lot of talking. So in general, I think the project, and as the review team looked at it, is a flow-through mechanism to allow for the applicant to then receive additional funding support to then build the multifamily affordable. And this is 100% affordable. It's 240 units. And I would like to ask our bond attorney to go over the resolution and what it contains, and then we could stand for some questions.
Questions? Mr. Bustamante.
So the question that I have before we go there, it's my understanding then, upon approval of this inducement resolution, that's going to help move this forward in investigating some of those questions that we would normally have for a regular development, right? This just gets us the opportunity to initiate the process.
What it really does is it allows the applicant to then initiate the funding process so they can get their funding stack together. And we will return to you with a final ordinance that would spell out all the elements of the arrangements.
It's not a guarantee of approval of the project per se, and I see it in here that everything else with regard to drawings, et cetera, all of the detailed implications, if you will, would have to be further approved, brought back to us. This just allows the applicant to, again, for the whole process to move forward.
Yes, with the caveat that this allows the applicant to move forward with the financing end of the project. The land use entitlement process will be done through our growth management department, and that is administratively conducted because the board has already approved the two variances and the subdivision.
Understand. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul. So one of the earlier in your litany of things, one of the things that was brought up was a preference by staff to have utilities done before verticals.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not a condition that we should be putting into this now, or is that, if staff was making that recommendation, I heard you, I read it, where is that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, I may have misspoken. That it would be required to complete the initial utility installation prior to going vertical.
So is that a condition that's in this, or is that something?
It's a condition of the SLDC, to my understanding. We can ask Jordan to address it more directly, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Chair, Commissioners, this will be a condition on a site development plan when that gets done. So essentially, we want to ensure that water and sewer is to the site, not necessarily the road is completed yet, so that we have fire protection and everything else as they start to go vertical with these structures.
Okay, as well as potential for dust mitigation and
Yes.
and stuff like that.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay, and then the fee in lieu, as I read this, that the fee in lieu with the developer assistance program, we would be coming up with the fee in lieu for water rights, and we just raise that rate on ourselves potentially.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, I believe, and I would ask Paul or Brian to speak to this, the ULEDA already spells out their process for the water rights and the acquisition, if that's your question.
So just wondering if they can go pay that, or they can process enough on our part so that we're not coming out of pocket for $36,000. We just gave ourselves a couple extra weeks. So can they go apply for this by July 31st?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that if the applicant is able to process prior to that date, but I didn't write that resolution, nor did I look at it closely. So I would maybe defer to Paul or
defer to Leandro.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the ULEDA was already approved by the board when the site development plan was approved, and the ULEDA had the previous amount of, I think, 19,500, if I'm incorrect now. So that has already been approved prior to this today.
Okay. So as we were told on an earlier resolution, that it doesn't matter when it's documented, it matters when it's paid. So if this is something that we need to process as a developer assistance program, that means it's probably onus is partially on us, not the developer.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, the developer assistance program will have to be solicited through an RFP. We'll put that RFP out in the coming month or so. They can request a number of different opportunities for developer assistance, including the water. It's not a predetermined at this time. It still has to be solicited and approved.
Okay. Also, in one of the criterion, one of the criterion was very specific, is that it fits the size, scale, and otherwise. And yet this project, and this was one of my concerns when we had the variances, is that they had to receive two variances. And so it seems like that would be something that should have said, although they did not pass this, anyway, it's just a comment on how rigorous we're getting with our analysis of this and so on. Another question, do we audit the performance on some of these? I will hire locally and there will be some economic return to our community?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, honestly, this is my first process going through this. I would imagine that we would, and we certainly should. Peter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Commissioner Green, we often see those kinds of performance monitoring criteria in standard industrial revenue bond leases. To the extent there is a ground lease here, those are provisions that could be negotiated between the county and the developer. I'm not sure I've seen them in affordable housing project financings per se. What's usually audited in those types of transactions is compliance with the affordability requirements. But I'm not saying those could not be added.
Thank you very much. It would seem like that would be something, especially if this is our first time down in this rodeo, that we start collecting data. This is a pretty large project, and it would be great to see, hey, did you hire local people? Did you, local subcontractors is one thing, but actually getting the local workforce. So, you can hire a local subcontractor that hires lots of people from Albuquerque. So really tracking our performance metrics along there. One of the other aspects that you brought up was that there would be $4 million worth of value to the county, the public schools, the state of New Mexico. Is that based on property tax? And it could be argued that that pays for schools, which are a cost.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, again, the economic impact analysis did look at both property tax as well as gross receipts tax and the availability of residents to live in the county and not move to Rio Rancho, et cetera. And so I'm not an economist. I can't explain exactly how they calculate, but I believe it's a combination of all those economic factors.
Who produced that economic analysis? Who produced the economic analysis?
I have the name of the company here.
They work for us or they work for the developer?
Both. We hired it jointly, so we agreed on it. It's Impact Data Source, and it's the name of the firm.
Right. And if we are seeing this $4 million, and if we're giving basically a property tax abatement with some sort of mechanism in this agreement, has that been cooked into these numbers, or is that $4 million suddenly go down to $700,000 because it's, how did we get to those numbers?
My understanding is it is considered into it, and it's the only abatement is for the property of the affordable units, right? Then there's the other lots along the same that are not subject to the abatement.
And so if we are, and I don't know where we fit into this, maybe we can give a property tax abatement, but this affects the school district. And so, this is potentially 240 units with school-age kids, because they're almost all affordable units. Is this going to take money out of the school district's pockets and yet they are supplying a lot of desks?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, again, I'm not an economist, but my understanding is currently the property is vacant, right? So they're not getting very much at all. The abatement would impact both the schools and the community college and the county, but the concept is the offset of having that much affordable units and having people living in the community is the benefit. And that's a large.
Yeah, I mean, it's adding a burden to our school district.
Yeah, and it wouldn't impact their state allotment. It would impact their property tax collection.
The mill levy for the, right. So I get it. It would be great to have a letter from the school district saying, we're all for this. This is what the impact to us would be. We're cool without getting that money. But if we're going to be the ones allowing this abatement to happen, we may be the deciding body, but they're the impacted body in this. Yes, we've got room for the schools. 2, we can deal without the money, but thanks. Is there a completion date on this? Is there like a date that this project has to be opened by? Do we have a timeline for that?
In last communication with them, they're looking at starting in the fall, and then it'll be a 30-month construction process.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Paul, for the long presentation.
I'm sorry.
So what I'm wondering, you briefly mentioned PV solar. Are they installing solar on the buildings, or are they connecting? Because I know that area, I believe from Commissioner Bustamante, people have not been able to connect to PV. I don't know if this area is affected. So how are they going to get solar energy to this project?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, my understanding is they plan to use solar to offset the community spaces uses. And I don't know that they've gone to the extent of connecting and contacting PNM. So in short, I can't answer that.
So basically, you're telling me that the apartments are not going to have solar on them. They're going to meet all our other criteria of energy efficiency, but only the community space is going to have that. I mean, I'm just trying to hear it, because...
That's what has been proposed by the applicant.
Okay, then also, is there EV charging stations?
That is a state requirement now.
Yes, the applicant has indicated yes.
Okay, so they're going to have EV charging stations, but they're not going to have solar, or they're going to have solar offset for the community space. But I need some reassurance that, we're not using oil and gas to provide solar. I mean,
Or to
I need to get right
provide
in.
power.
All right. Commissioner Hanson, so we explore solar on every development that we do, and specifically here for Cresta Ranch, we would love to have as much solar as we can. For example, in a development in Arizona, we are putting on a solar field on the property that offsets 70% of the consumption of the entire property. Here, we would love to do that, but in our workings and early discussions with solar consultants as well as PNM, that is very difficult in the area it's located, as well as the timing and development process that PNM has to do this. So with that said, our current and best plan to offset as much electricity on the site is to simply provide photovoltaic offset for the community and house meters at the property. We will have to install EV chargers at the property itself. There's a minimum requirement, I believe, of about 10% of all parking spaces will have to have EV charging available. Those will be likely on a house meter that is paid for by the owner, but those EV chargers may, and again, this is very new for us, is going to have a charging system and a payment system attached to it. So instead of paying for gas at the gas station, you can pay for electricity at the property to charge your car.
so since we have this shortage with PNM of them not being able to provide facilities or solar, what can you do to make that happen?
If I knew, we'd be doing it, to be frank. In working with them, and this is a PNM issue that we have encountered many times here in talking with them, is that we cannot have our system designed or approved by PNM until a transformer is placed on the property. That is an unheard of requirement for anywhere else that we're working and installing PV systems. So that means we have to, those systems, what we could build here would be a $5 million PV system. It could offset 75% of consumption of the entire property. But we can't structure our deal, close on our financing, and begin construction hoping that PNM will approve that system. They won't even look at our designs of our solar until we start construction. So there's no way we can build that into our financing models, our underwriting, and get lender and investor approval to start construction without knowing if it will even be approved. So I wish we could. That is a very large part of our developments that we are doing everywhere that we can, especially on affordable housing. But here structurally with PNM, we cannot today.
That's very disappointing.
I agree.
I mean, you know, I think this board needs to start doing something to push PNM in the direction of providing that, because it seems quite antiquated.
We would agree. Like I said, we're in Arizona alone. We have about 5 megawatts of solar production getting built onto our properties, and I wish we could do the same here in New Mexico.
Thank you. That's incredibly disappointing.
Sorry, for the record, my name is Ben Taylor, Lincoln Avenue Communities.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you. You spoke about EV chargers being tied to individual units, so there would not be any community shareable.
It would be a community amenity available to all of the residents. The EV chargers, though, themselves, to use the charger and charge your car would be a cost of anyone deciding to charge their car there. The charging would not be free.
Sure. Okay, but you were not saying that they would be only exclusive to a certain apartment.
No, they are available to the entire community.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Another aspect of the criteria was local ownership and local substitution. You are not local, correct?
Correct.
Bronfman family is Seagram's Bronfman? Is that the same one? Great. The affordable housing that alcohol built. Good. That's great. Yeah, that's fine. Fabulous. Thank you for investing here. It would be great if the locals, if the value was retained here, but just to be clear. And then I have one last question about the appraised value versus the development cost. The appraised value is stated here at $45 million, but the development cost is $120 million?
Correct.
Explain that difference.
Well, the way affordable housing works is, stop me if you are familiar, but we in effect produce and build and develop, manage and occupy for 30 years affordable housing. Those rents are restricted. And so in order for anyone to develop housing, it costs $100 million to build this, but it's only worth $50 million, right? So we are able to generate tax credits, which is what this bond inducement will allow us to do through the issuance and utilization of those private activity bonds, allows us access to that federal low-income housing tax credit. And that federal low-income housing tax credit will effectively bridge the difference between what the project is worth and how much it costs to develop. If this was a market rate development, our rents would be $700, $1,000, $1,500 higher than what we are able to charge under the affordable program, and value is determined by the amount of income the property generates. So by our rents and our expenses are going to be exactly the same as any other market rate development. Their rents are significantly higher, ours are significantly lower. So your value is going to be really compressed compared to other values for apartments in the area.
Okay, that sort of explains it. But I mean, my understanding is that the subsidies make you whole as a landlord. It just is affordable for the tenant.
For the 30 years.
Yes.
Yes.
But so you're saying that even with that subsidy that is given to you, between somebody's paying $250 a month out of their pocket, and there's for whatever the market rate that we approve here at the affordable rates for Santa Fe County, let's say it's $1,250. So that $1,000 that is made up by some federal program.
Slightly the other way around. So the rents are reduced, and it's treated as if it is a market rate property to the residents. So instead of being able to charge market rents for our community and our units, they're restricted to a area median income, which here is the average is 60%, right? So we are subsidized, the federal low-income housing tax credit program subsidizes the construction of the affordable community.
But not the rents.
Correct. I mean, in a way it does, because it subsidizes the construction. We commit and are obligated to hold rents affordable for the 30
So you don't
years.
get subsidies on rent, you just get subsidies on construction.
Correct. All residents are required to pay their rent as if it's a market rate community, but with lower rents.
With low rents. So
Correct.
right,
You got it.
not market rate. Subsidized based on their income, not market rate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Franklin to briefly go over the resolution and the contents of it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Peter Franklin with Modrell Sperling. We're the county's bond counsel. I'm only going to hit, I'm going to summarize the resolution as quickly as I can. I suspect you already know what's in it for the most part. This is a non-binding resolution of the county expressing its intent to consider a bond ordinance for adoption. The non-binding feature of it is that's shown in the last recital above the resolution itself on page 3. So Section 1 ratifies any prior action taken by the county and its staff, primarily reviewing the application and asking questions of the developer and so on. Section 2 describes the proposed project, which you've already heard about. Section 3 indicates the county's intention to issue the bonds on a tax-exempt basis. That ties into some other provisions in the resolution, which I'll get to as the summary finishes up. Section 5 provides that the bonds are payable solely from revenues of the project and provided by the developer. This is not going to be an obligation for which the county is in any way financially responsible. That's what we refer to as a conduit transaction. So in no way would debt service ever be a monetary obligation of the county itself. Section 6 specifies several conditions which would need to be satisfied before the Board of County Commissioners considers the ordinance for approval. The first one is provision of a satisfactory economic impact study. I think that condition may already have been satisfied. I'm not sure. The second is an agreement between the developer and the owner of the adjoining land to provide a street access that's in compliance with the Sustainable Land Development Code. I think that remains to be satisfied as far as I understand. The third condition is satisfactory water availability, and then there's sort of a catch-all, any other issues identified by the county staff prior to the hearing on the bond ordinance. Sections 8, 9, and 10 relate to issuing the bonds, on a federally tax-exempt basis. Section 8 provides a statement, what we refer to as an official statement of reimbursement intent, to the effect that the developer intends to be reimbursed from proceeds of the bonds for capital expenditures made before the bonds are actually issued. Section 9 authorizes request to the State Board of Finance for an allocation of what's referred to in New Mexico as the state ceiling. It's basically the amount of private activity debt that can be issued in the state based on basically the population of the state year to year. And Section 10 provides for a public hearing. It's called a hearing on project approval. This is another federal tax requirement. It's a hearing conducted on behalf of the county. It is seldom conducted by the Board of County Commissioners itself, and it's really just a hearing to gather public commentary on the project itself as opposed to the financing. That's all I have on the resolution itself. If there are questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Okay. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. The project is responsible for the bond proceeds or for the repayment, or the owner, developer, or the project, if they flip it and sell it to somebody else, who is responsible?
So the revenues that are pledged for repayment of the bonds are the revenues generated by the project as identified in the financing documents. Those could include lease payments made under the ground lease. They could include housing subsidy payments made by the federal government, if any. They would include the rents paid by tenants. But I think the important point is the county is not responsible for those payments and in fact is not legally able to make any of those payments should the project get into trouble.
If the project does get in trouble, what remedy is there?
Well, we hope that day would never come. Basically, the bondholder may have a mortgage on the project subject to the land use restrictions, the affordability restrictions, and there could be a foreclosure remedy.
But we're not in the first position. We're way down the line, or we're not in zero position. I mean, we're in a...
I think that's a fair statement. I don't think the county has... the county will have enforcement rights with respect to the federal tax compliance requirements, and will have some basic enforcement rights with respect to the ground lease. But the county's really not the real party in interest as far as payment of debt service on the bonds. County's not responsible for paying debt service on the bonds. So it's really going to be the bond purchaser and its rights under the bond indenture or other financing agreement. That agreement would provide what remedies are available to the bondholder.
Does the county have any ability to require maintenance on this project?
Well, the county has all its ordinary land use and nuisance enforcement rights. To the extent that the ground lease may include certain rights to inspect and enforce, otherwise applicable county ordinances, but it's really not a project that the county would own in the sense of a commercial landlord or, that sort of arrangement.
I bring this up because about a year ago we had the Vista del Rio project, which you may not read about, but it was a USDA project that way predates us, but somebody 30 years from now will be looking back at us and going, why didn't you put some protections in there to make sure that this is maintained? Whether the developers decide to flip this or it changes hands 4 or 5 times, there's no guarantee that they're as benevolent as the developers, and it could just degrade into something that becomes in a death spiral, right? If somebody doesn't maintain it, nobody wants to live there, regardless of how affordable these units are, and the value falls out, and then it's not maintained, then they don't pay the thing. It doesn't necessarily hit our bond rating, but it's just it becomes a project that we were somewhat responsible for. And I would love to see some level of maintenance agreement to require that, inspections and, whether it's once a year, once every 2 years, or whatever, a project like this, like if it was a USDA project, it would have a every 2-year inspection and review. That would be great. I don't know if that's something that we can require, but.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Green, this is not something that I can answer it this way. In a traditional industrial revenue bond project, which would involve a commercial operation as opposed to affordable housing, the county would have explicit rights of inspection, and the tenant, the conduit borrower under the IRB, would have covenants in the lease agreement to maintain the property, to maintain the project in appropriate, good working order, and to the extent that the tenant violates those covenants, the county would have authority to enforce those covenants. Now, in the IRB context, what that typically means is that the county terminates the lease and the property goes back on the tax rolls. It doesn't get to kick the tenant out like a commercial landlord would be able to do. But that's the leverage that the county has, is to make the project pay property taxes at that point. I don't see a reason why the lease agreement and the other agreements between the county and the developer could not include those types of covenants, but I don't want to speak for the developer. They will have their own thoughts about that.
So we're not approving the lease agreement, but we could give a little bit of direction for the lease agreement to say, we want to make sure that this property is maintained. We want to make sure that, you know, you build it, you maintain the landscaping, you make sure it all looks great, you make sure that the, you know, the street lights are on, it's safe, it's all those things. But that's something for us to be able to do. Now, they don't have to do the lease agreement, because at the end of the day, they could decide they don't want to do that. But that is the next bite at the apple that we have to sort of maintain this. This is the next inducement, or the next, you know, motivational agreement that we're entering, but there's still one more, maybe two.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Green, at the time the bond ordinance is adopted, that within the ordinance there is an approval of the forms of the lease agreement, the indenture, whatever other financing agreements there are. If there's a bond purchase agreement, that's approved. And prior to the adoption of the ordinance, I think all those types of things can be discussed and negotiated with the developer.
Mr. Bustamante?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the length and the brevity in the presentation. Thank you. The one thing that was in the brevity part of it, in the design, and I'm thinking this is a question that, if not now, when question. One of the things that we've seen with a number of these affordable housing projects that are going up, specifically more around the city, are out of line or out of sync with some of the design standards. I've heard a lot of complaints, people saying, that doesn't even go here, this isn't what it's like. And the SLDC, this says in the section that says will be in the design must comply with the SLDC. When we look at Title 15 and it says that it will meet the design standards for Santa Fe, can we be assured that, because this isn't a corridor, and we do just have these structures that are popping up, multiple story, that just look like they were brought in from St. Louis or something, and they don't really necessarily comply to the aesthetics that we have in the city and in the county now. So because this is a corridor where they're going to be visible from two approaches, both off of I-25 and off of Highway 14 into that district there. Can we be assured that these, when I hear Commissioner Green talking about, you know, how we make sure that these things are kept up, et cetera, but that the design, and I recognize, and that's why I asked the question before about moving forward, but we will be assured that the design is going to be commensurate to what we're used to seeing around here, not necessarily something that, because it was a lot more affordable to do it a different way, it doesn't look like anything that would be SLDC Santa Fe aesthetic compliant, if you will.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I want to ask the developer to speak to it, but in their entitlement process, they did make a commitment to working with local aesthetics and making it be a good part of the community. And also, just a note, I don't know that any of the other apartment complexes, especially in the city, are affordable. I think this is the first fully affordable project we've talked about ever in the county, and I'm not sure there are any in the city either.
Thank you.
Siler Yards is fully affordable, but to your point, if I may, is that we approved two variances. So this will be taller than our normal code. And we will hear from people. I know it.
Just to add to his statement, this one actually has a double check on it, because they are in a community college overlay district. So not only do they have to follow SLDC, but they have to follow the community college overlay district when it comes to design. And the variance was actually based on the community college overlay district, not necessarily the SLDC, but because it was in that district. And so the height requirements were actually lowered in that district.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton?
Well, I have a question and then a comment. There was a lot of, one of the agreements, one of the things that are stated, one of the commitments that is stated here is that the applicant commits to remaining in Santa Fe County for at least the term of the ponds. I assume that impacts the concerns about this being sold before, you know, that while we have a financial stake in this, that they're going to, am I misunderstanding that? What does it mean to remain in the Santa Fe County?
Commissioner Hamilton, so I guess this may address Commissioner Green, your question as well. So affordable housing is one of the most regulated and compliance-driven building products out there in general. So in terms of inspections and upgoing compliance and maintaining the properties themselves in terms of who we're renting to, the physical condition, et cetera, we are soliciting and we hope to obtain the low-income housing tax credits from the New Mexico MFA. They have annual inspections where they review all tenant files. They do on-site inspections. They provide us inspection reports for stuff to fix. We also have that with our lender and our investor, who are ensuring that we are providing affordable housing that's safe, secure, and habitable. If we do not, we are at risk of losing those tax credits, which are delivered over a 10-year period. And so it is very regulated and we are highly motivated to ensure the physical well-being as well as the compliance with affordable housing in general. So to your question, though, on the long-term nature of this, affordable housing is also very unique, and I want to hopefully distinguish ourselves from maybe other conventional apartment developers. Affordable housing has a 30-year commitment to affordability, which I've mentioned before, but there is a secondary commitment where in the first 15 years is considered the compliance period. We are unable to sell, dispose of, refinance, transact that property for 15 years. So we are going to be here for 15 years making sure that it is a safe, habitable, affordable housing complex, okay? We cannot build it, fill it up, and flip it. That's just not how affordable housing works. So we are committed to affordable housing, how it's built, how it's designed, how it fits into the community. If we design something that is underparked, we have to take that burden and deal with it. If we design something and install poor appliances, low quality materials, we end up paying for that. So I want to make that distinction that affordable housing is not just good for the community in the sense we're providing affordable housing, but we have to provide quality affordable housing for a long time. So hopefully that answers your question regarding our long-term commitment to this community.
It does, and I really appreciate it. And my comment is that I see this as a mechanism for encouraging responsible and highly needed and a large quantity of affordable housing, which we have otherwise found it incredibly difficult to do. So I find this to be a new approach, an additional tool in the toolbox, if you will, for something that we've been trying very hard to do for quite a while. And I think that's an important consideration.
For what it's worth, if we're ever, once we get done with this project, I'm more than happy to talk to the commission about how we can do more, faster, and more efficiently.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. I too think that this is an important project to move forward. And I thank you, Mr. Taylor, for your commitment to affordable housing, because clearly that's something you're doing around the country. But on the other hand, I think it is paramount for the county to put pressure on PNM to provide solar. There are numerous people throughout in the southern part of Santa Fe County who cannot get solar. And so I think that it is our responsibility as a leader in renewable energy to put pressure on PNM. And I don't know what that looks like, but something has to happen.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, your comments are well received, and we understand. The frustration is, you can see on the applicant here, is also frustrated, and many others. And so we actually had a discussion this morning on another project about how workarounds that we might possibly do with PNM. However, as we all know, PNM has a very strong position in the state, and it's hard to move them very quickly. But I think we can look at different avenues that we might be able to help support making better changes.
Do we need
to
to
allow
bring
them.
somebody else in, or do we need to buy PNM? I mean, really, it's something else. I mean, I know that's like a big comment, but at the same time, I am voicing the frustration of myself, and maybe people are laughing, but also of developers who want to do the right thing and they can't.
Yep.
And that is, to me, incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, we can certainly look at the toolbox. And to Commissioner Hamilton's point, this kind of project was envisioned in our affordable housing plan that was adopted last year. This is the first one. We know there's another one coming around the corner, and it's one of many tools in the toolbox, and we definitely want to support it. And as Mr. Taylor said, make it as easy and flexible as possible while maintaining standards and maintaining quality and really providing for our community.
Yeah.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, and I actually just wanted to add the additional voice to what Commissioner Hanson is saying, because in this case, not only does the developer would otherwise be able to do solar, this is a big affordable housing project, so it would positively impact a lot of people. So it seems like even more valuable if we could do it. And so, I think everybody is stymied about what the next steps could be, but trust me, it was well said, and it was a little humor to something that's very serious, but I think it was a very important comment,
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm just frustrated, and I can see that the developer is frustrated. And why aren't we getting anywhere? This has been going on for years, and PNM does not seem to think that it's important, I guess. I mean, somehow maybe they need to be taken to court, or they need something. I don't know the answer of how to move them, but somehow they need to be moved.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, on May 28th, after our meeting, I sent a letter to the PRC, copied the county manager in the interest. The PRC oversees PNM. The opportunities are to identify either to, I will say, set PNM free from their commitment to being the sole energy provider in our area, but allowing other entities who have had interest in providing the utility. Almost my entire district on the post-airport road is in the red zone. So what would need to happen would be that the pressure from the PRC, I've asked that the appropriate people from Santa Fe County and the appropriate people from the PRC convene to meet to discuss what the options are, because if we're going to move forward at all with anything like microgrids, so even just household solar is at a standstill in those red zones, and we're hearing about it in development. So the wheels are turning in that regard, though we have not heard anything back since May 28th, and I will work to follow up on that. But this has been an issue, as you said, for a long time, and we have the county that can move forward and ask that the PRC make some movement there in our interest. Thank you.
I would request that your letter be brought to the board so that it's sent from the entire board, so that the PRC understands that it's not just an issue for one commissioner, but an issue for the entire board.
Thank you.
And I think we could get back to the resolution, perhaps.
So, if I may, just one little ironic comment.
One little thing.
Okay.
Commissioner Green.
You know who's next door to your project? PNM. You can just go over there every day and knock on the door. The PNM engineers are right there. They do, yeah, right. They don't really have a door. But if you can get past security, the engineers are over there, knock on their door every day. So anyway, I would love to be a part of that letter as well. So thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll move the resolution declaring the intent of Santa Fe County, New Mexico, to subject to the satisfaction of certain conditions to consider for adoption an ordinance authorizing issuance of multifamily housing revenue obligations in a principal amount not to exceed $60 million in connection with a proposed project located within the county for the purpose of financing the acquisition, construction, and equipping of a 240-unit as Cresta Ranch Apartments through
Se-
the development.
Second.
Thank you. It's through the development of the projects for site and operation,
Oh, you
et cetera.
I didn't mean to jump the gun on you there.
As the manner set forth in the project plan. Thank you for the second.
I didn't realize I had jumped the gun on you. I'm so sorry.
Any more discussion? Okay, I made the motion. Commissioner Hamilton second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. And,
Thank you very much.
It's time for our 3:30 break, so we will take a 10-minute break, and then we'll have public hearing after that.
Mr. Chair, can I get that resolution number? He's not. Okay.
He's waiting for Commissioner Green to get back. Is he not online either?
Mr. Janitor, if you'd like to speak for public comment, please unmute your microphone.
How about anybody? Is anybody in the room want to make public comment? I see no one. Anyone online? Raise your hand. Daniel can see you.
Mr. Chair, nobody online is indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, well, so much for public hearing. We will go to presentations. Update on the strategic plan, Cindy McKee.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm glad to be here today. I'm Cindy McKee, Director of Strategic Planning and Operations for the county. You're about to have a presentation here. It's been 6 months since you all adopted our updated strategic plan, so I'm here to give you a short mid-year update. The goals of today's presentation are to introduce our public dashboard, to review our monthly report format, to review our annual planning cycle, and to talk about our upcoming strategic planning summit. The first thing that I'm thrilled to share with you is our public dashboard. Having a public-facing dashboard for the strategic plan has been part of our thinking since I took this position 2.5 years ago, and we're finally there. If you've looked at our website recently, you'll see that we've added a button up at the top that says strategic planning, right there. Thank you, Daniel. And when we click on that button, what we get is a front-facing dashboard for the public to understand at a high level our strategic plan and the progress we're making on it. So the page looks like this. It's driven by Invisio. And then if you guys could scroll down for me just a little bit. Sorry, I have a mouse. I apologize. You can click on any of our population goals, and it will take you to the objectives and show you the progress we're making on those objectives. And then if there's a particular objective that you as a public stakeholder is interested in, you can click on that objective and it will show you, again, at a high level, the progress that we're making on each of those individual strategies. What this really does is it communicates to our constituents and stakeholders our values and our work plan and how we're doing toward achieving that. Can we go back to the presentation? Thank you. So again, I'm just really pleased that in addition to our strategic plan prioritizing the work that we do internally, we're now in a position to communicate that externally. The next thing I want to share with you is a sample monthly report that I'm going to begin submitting to you every month. As you all probably very well remember, we spent a very intense and full day bringing you up to date on each department's strategies. You will now receive a strategy report every single month when you receive department reports that shows you what's been done on each strategy. And I just want to show you what to expect when you get those. This is very difficult to see, but what I want you to see is the format of this. And Daniel has some printouts in case it's easier to look at them on paper. So you will receive at the second meeting each month a strategic update report that will show the strategy, the owner of that strategy, and then either a checklist or a work plan, or in a few cases, both. Primarily, it is public safety that's using a checklist format, but essentially what you're going to see is, here's what we're going to do in order to achieve this strategy. And then at the bottom, each month, you'll see what's been done in the last month toward achieving that work plan. So sometimes that will change every month. It'll look a little bit different. And sometimes it won't look different because something will still be in a little bit of a holding pattern. We've put out an RFP, but we haven't completed it. So certainly if you're looking and it doesn't look like it's changed from one month to the next, we would encourage you to ask and to know that it hasn't been forgotten. It just may not have changed in those 4 weeks. So let me just show you how that works. The monthly reports are updated every single month, and we've now really got a nice cycle going where staff from the 1st of the month until the 7th of the month engages in updating their strategies in Invisio. During that time, I hold a 1-hour office hours in which I'm just on WebEx in case anybody has a technical question, has a writing question, isn't sure how to format it. I'm just available. People pop into that WebEx. I help them get it done. I have a couple of kind of gold star updaters who call me every single month and say, okay, let's talk this through. We make sure we get those updates in. And then on the 8th of the month, I run the report. So we give people a full week to update their previous month's progress, and then I run a report for you all. And that really should give you a very good picture of what it is that's been done toward the strategies that you all prioritized. And then, of course, you guys can always go directly to Invisio and look at those same things because that update is available to you in Invisio as well. And if you can't find it, you can ask your liaison and you can always call me. The other thing that's really finally arrived in this process for all of us is that we have a strategic planning annual cycle. We've really worked together enough, I've been here long enough, that we have a cycle that feeds the progress of each step. And I wanted to represent it cyclically, but then I also want to talk to you about it. I think what's really essential is the fact that each element of this feeds the next, and that we're always looking at our progress. It's a way to keep us from getting stagnant or forgetting about something, that we're always looking back and saying, what have we gotten done toward this strategy? So as we think about that cycle, back in September of 2023, we had our summit, and then we really spent the month of October scoping new projects that we would add to the plan. In November, you all met again and prioritized all of the old plan and the new ideas, came up with how we wanted our new plan to look. I did some editing and writing, and then in December, that plan was adopted with its updates. In January and February, the staff worked really hard to learn how to build those work plans, to figure out how they would begin to achieve those strategies, and they worked really hard to realistically update their progress. So it was a big work in progress in January and February. March, April, and May, we really saw the strategic plan feed the budgeting process, and that really flowed right into it. I think we're getting better and better at those processes informing one another. And now here we are in June with a mid-year update. And then what you can look forward to from here, in July and August, we're going to invite you all to do two important things. One, any project that you're beginning to think about, request that scoping now. So last time we said, let's have a summit, and then we frantically ran around and scoped things for you, and there was a lot of pressure for you to bring those ideas to us. We're inviting you to begin that scoping process right now. I sent a slightly updated scoping sheets to all of your liaisons. I also have them, Sarah has them. But as things come to you, we can begin that scoping process right now. The other thing that we would absolutely encourage you to do as you go through your monthly updates is if you want some more information and conversation about any of those strategies, reach out to me, reach out to Sarah, and reach out to the department and ask for a short presentation on that strategy. So if there's something you're saying, well, I see what you've updated here, but I have some questions about that, we'd like to keep you updated in this process at the BCC meeting so that when we get to the summit, you all have all the information that you need. We're proposing September 26th and 27th for the summit. For some of you, and I won't call you out by name, but for some of you, I'm very aware that that is wine and chili. But we're also proposing half-day meetings, because one of the things that we all experienced, and I really heard from the feedback that I received from you, was 9 hours together doing that intense work was exhausting and difficult to really bring our best energy for that full 18-hour process. I think if we're keeping you all up to date and answering your questions as we go, we won't need that intense time. And so, again, I'll reach out to make sure those dates work, but what we're proposing is a late September summit with 2 half-day sessions, and then a December adoption that allows the time to take the information we put together at the end of September, turn it into a new updated plan, and then we re-engage in that cycle, eventually feeding the budgeting process again. So really, we have moved from trying to make sense of a plan that lived in Excel to a pretty nicely flowing strategic planning cycle. I just want to remind you all that any scoping that you all are thinking about now, I'm always available to help with that, to answer any questions. I want to do as much as I can to support you all as we move towards September, which of course we know here will be in a blink of an eye, so that you have all the information that you require. And then, and that is all. I stand for any questions that you all might have.
Questions, anybody?
I'm sorry?
I don't think there's any questions. Oh, Commissioner Hamilton.
First of all, thank you. That was great information. And I'm thrilled and impressed that I stated 2.5 years ago we wanted to develop this process, and it's gotten to where it's actually a cycle, and it's integrated with the budget. That's kind of the ideal, and I'm so happy to see that. Do I have a qualitative interest question?
Absolutely.
When you said, which may not be answerable, in the turnover of the year, the cycle goes from us adopting to staff developing work plans, and I wondered how that went, because I've to a great extent the strategic plan changes some things, but it doesn't wholesale, make 180-degree turns, right? There are things that are ongoing, and obviously strategic plans notwithstanding, the county has obligations, and so those two things are integrated. Has staff? Does it fit well positively into managing the departments and doing the work? Has it helped that, or are there things that still are sticking points?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I appreciate that question so much, and it really indicates what a good understanding you have of this county and the work we do. There are several answers. The first answer is our strategic plan really represents continuous improvement, new initiatives, change. It doesn't represent our operations. And so, just as you said, we have departments that are deeply engaged in their operations, and we have our strategies and those strategic activities we're engaged in. That's a balance, and I feel that balance a lot when I'm nudging people to engage on the strategic side, and they're working very hard on the operations side. So that is part of the answer, but the other part of the answer is, once we made the time together to say, what do I need to do, and how am I going to do it, and how am I going to work to hold this process accountable, I think for most people it's been very valuable. It's hard to stop, and to use a Stephen Covey line, it's hard to stop and sharpen the saw, but once you do, it makes the job easier. And so I have tremendous respect for all the folks who are engaged in their operations, giving me their time to create these work plans, to keep them updated, to drop into my office hours and really make sure they're getting it right. And I too feel such gratitude and a little surprised at the fact that in 2.5 years we've gotten this where we are. And it's because we really don't have anyone who's unwilling to engage. And that's incredibly fortunate.
Well, I definitely think one of the benefits is that it's really integrated the intentions and desires of the board with the staff, which at Santa Fe County is fabulous, right? We do a good job, but I feel like it's really integrated that at a higher level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may, and I don't really have any questions because I'm just grateful. And when we first started talking and you were sharing how this was going to roll out, and I'm excited to see how it's rolling out. And what's really telling is your enthusiasm. This doesn't sound like you're trotting through something. This sounds like something that you feel is on a good trajectory. So I appreciate your effort, and I'm looking forward to seeing the reports and how well they're received, and then hearing from staff on how they feel it has helped workflow. So thank you very much, Cindy.
Thank you.
I agree with that, and Commissioner Green.
I'm going to agree with that. You know, you give a lot of enthusiasm, and it's infectious both to us, I think, up here, but also I think that you are a leading example of that in Santa Fe County to bring staff along and to get them excited about things. I've only heard great things, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do love this work.
Yeah, I believe it. It shows.
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, thank you, Finn, for the presentation and working so hard on this, because it's something that Commissioner Hamilton and I started the strategic plan a long time ago, the beginning of our terms, and you know, to see it come this distance is great, and so thank you for your work and your enthusiasm.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, when I received that really big and somewhat unwieldy spreadsheet, I often make jokes about how hard it was to manage, but when I figured out how to manage it, the content was there. And I did inherit from the work that you all did many years before I got here, a lot of very solid content. And that's why we've been able to take it to where we are now. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And Ann Ryan and our report on senior services.
Thank you, Danielle. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. Ann Ryan on behalf of the Community Services Department. Present with me, several of our sensational senior services staff. We are here to provide you with some information we were asked to share so that you could provide us with potential guidance about this possible partnership and if it proves wise to explore it further. So we'll go ahead with the first slide, Daniel. Yep. We'd like to start with some background about where we're going to focus, which is the northern part of the county and the senior services that exist there. Presently, the Community Services Department operates 3 senior centers in the northern part of the county. One is in Santa Cruz, one is in El Rancho, and the third is in Chimayo, also known as Benny J. Consistently, those 3 senior centers provide 4 core services: congregate meals, congregate activities, which can occur in the centers themselves, or, for example, on field trips, or dances, or art museums. And then we have the other core services of transportation and home-delivered meals. And the reason I somewhat bifurcate those two, congregate versus home-based, is because we in Santa Fe County, also the state and throughout the nation, have seen a growing trend for a higher demand of those home-based services. And it's pretty obvious as to why. As we age, we are wanting to age in place, but we're also living longer. And so that creates a greater demand for those particular services. And within the Community Services Department, when I say transportation services, we prioritize medical transportation to doctor's appointments, dialysis, etc. But we also know that many very active seniors simply can't drive anymore, and they really just need help meeting some basic essential needs, grocery shopping and related. Government is always in the position of needing to be very wise with resources in ways that meet community needs, which frequently are competing. And that is potentially no different here. So we've got 3 senior services in the northern part of the county operating those 4 core services. And in the beloved, blessed community of Chimayo, in addition to the county's Benny J. Center, there is also located just 1.5 miles away, the senior center that's operated by Rio Arriba County. And Daniel, if you don't mind, just as a visual to show, so it's literally a stone's throw away. And it takes about 2 miles to drive by car. And when we reflect upon, for example, the frankly pretty radical statement that the Surgeon General submitted, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago about loneliness as being the #1 factor, what we really have an obligation to do is to increase the opportunities for socialization. And so when you have very small communities with frankly duplicate services, if we were to take those congregate services and partner with Rio Arriba County for just the congregate, so we are not eliminating services, we're not even necessarily changing those services, we are more than anything strengthening that safety net and creating greater opportunities for seniors to congregate within their own community, have new experiences, which would then potentially allow the county to redeploy some of those existing staff in order to better meet this demand that we've seen for home-based services, and in our case, that's home-delivered meals and transportation services. So Daniel, if you could kindly skip the next slide, which is utilization, that we're going to come back to when we stand for questions, and go, and we'll hang here for just a minute so that I can make a few follow-up points. So if the commission were to have a discussion and feel this worthy for us to continue to explore, and again, at this point, it is simply exploratory, one of the first and last things that we always want to do is ensure that we are being very sensitive to the community's needs. And so this is just to get an indication from the commission if it's worth exploring, and if it is, the county wants to provide the community with every reassurance that we want to hear from them, and we will do that properly and appropriately in their community and break bread with them. That said, there are a number of considerations for both the commission and the county prior to giving any of those indications. And so we're going to start with some of the benefits. Sorry, Daniel, one more. There you go. In no particular order, some of the benefits include the ability for us to help better meet the growing demand for some of those home-based services, home-delivered meals and transportation services, the opportunity to leverage resources with our neighbor counties so that together we can really create that stronger safety net, wiser use of resources, creating greater opportunities for seniors. Increasing participation at the surrounding centers as well. Reduction of duplication of services provided in that particular area. Reduction of overall operations and maintenance costs. We know that the plan is potentially agreeable to Rio Arriba County. We also know that our funders, or shall I say partial funders of AAA, also have given their nod of approval if we were to explore this further. And finally, a point that I will defer to Deputy County Manager Cordova on whenever he feels it appropriate to address, but the community itself has expressed other needs that are occurring present day that the county could potentially help with if that particular building were to be repurposed. All of this said, there are some additional considerations. And Daniel, if you don't mind going one more forward. We want to acknowledge that most of you are aware that the county is in the process of procuring a senior services study for a gap analysis. That presently is with procurement. We hope that that contract will be fully executed with UNM by the commencement of the new fiscal year. All of that said, irrespective of the conclusion of that study, we know it is going to verify what we have seen locally and on a state level and a national level for the greater demand on a number of those home-based and transportation services. There would also be some loss of capital funding. As you are aware, the ICIP process for senior facilities is independent and apart from the general ICIP. The state is very strict about apples to apples in terms of reallocating funds. We have earmarked for Benny J through state capital outlay about $1.5 million to be distributed over the course of the next 4 to 5 years. And the state has indicated that they would assist with that process, provided it is apples to apples. So for example, where specifically in that application, part of those funds are, for example, kitchen upgrades, they would let us apply it to kitchen upgrades in some of our other centers. It is a process. It could not commence until January, and it's not guaranteed, but it is something that you need to be aware of. And then finally, the last point that I want to make, although one quick piece, if the building were to be repurposed, there could be some mitigation of lease-based revenue. So just to potentially offset that, but that is, again, quite premature. And lastly, if there is an indication from the Commission today that this feels wise to at least continue to explore at this point, we again just really want to reassure the community that we will do right by them, we want to reassure them, and we want to break bread with them in their community so that they can voice their concerns or enthusiasm with us directly. So with that, I just want to check to see, and otherwise we will hang back for questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I just add a couple comments. One, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation and for providing some of the context for the discussion. One thing I'll mention, we did start talking about the community outreach process, and with Olivia, our public information officer, Commissioner Green, who's willing to attend these meetings with the seniors in person, we hope to be able to start as early as next week, sitting down, talking to them, explaining to them the value that we see in this opportunity. What I would like to also say is we've had a couple opportunities to tour the county assets within the Chimayo area, Benny J being one of them, the other being a building on the other side of, closer to the Santuario near our fire department, that used to be a Head Start. That building has ceased being a Head Start about a decade ago, and it's been sitting vacant for about 10 years. It's still a pretty good building. It has a lot of potential and opportunity for the community. And during our touring, we realized that there's a potential in that building, and we'd like to also look at how we can do some investments to keep that asset viable. And so the same exercise was taken with Benny J, and I really appreciate the senior center staff and community services staff looking at all of these potential opportunities and working with Rio Arriba to try to move towards a potential beneficial partnership that would, as described, really at the end of the day help spread our dollar and spread our impact over the county and our neighboring county. Now we'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. So my first question is, the services that will be provided by Rio Arriba, would they be similar, same as what we're providing in Santa Fe County?
Chairman, Commissioners, exactly the same. And so, as you know, it's a checkerboard area, and in fact, our head of our senior services and head of operations used to run that center, so they know the people very, very well and the community quite well. And we would still be incredibly involved. I mean, more than anything, it's about leveraging resources and streamlining services and doing a lot more government to government so that we can be wiser with our use of resources. But, you know, they've got a fleet, we've got a fleet. We look forward to potentially, you know, joint outings, joint field trips. Yes, sharing quite a bit.
And thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely, thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate the fact that you're looking at these things critically for how we can get maximum provision of services and at a level and in a manner that, you know, we like to at least try to hold ourselves to high standards, but doing it efficiently and working with another government. And I'm assuming that you're looking for feedback. And given us what you find out from talking to people in person, and I'm glad to hear that you guys are planning to do that as well. Obviously, that's really, really important. I think considering something like this makes a whole lot of sense if it's amenable to the community and amenable to and your judgment. So I just wanted to provide that as some feedback in case you were looking for it, or even if you weren't. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Leandro, and to the team that is facilitating this. This is going to be exciting because not only to address some of the concerns here, you know, one of the things in our outreach is to ask the seniors what they love about the facility and what we're doing up there and what they wish we could do. And so we want it to be what we do plus. We don't want to like take anything away. If there's something that they hate, that's fine. But if there's something that they miss, and so an example of that is something they love. It's Chimayo. They have a weaving. They have looms. Rio Arriba County doesn't have looms. We do. So we're going to bring them over. It's not like we're going to say, "Oh, we're done with that." No, this is something that they find near and dear. Leandro has offered to teach weaving on Saturdays. It's an old family tradition. But there's also other senior centers that have said, look, you know, we really wish the county had an internet course, right? Basic internet for seniors, right? How to talk to our grandchildren who live in California. and they feel like they don't know how to do that. And it's not like we're going to teach them how to code, but we are going to actually teach them how to use FaceTime and feel confident on a phone and do these things. And if that's what they want. And so we're going to go up there in the next week or so and start to discuss these things and really offer what can we do more. And, the part of the quid pro quo of this is that there is something that is the more for this community that is a desperate need right now, that this facility potentially has the opportunity to serve as. We're in those discussions, but we can't really speak openly about them. But thank you, and I look forward to your support. And if anybody wants to go up there with me, standing before the seniors and discussing this is a little nerve-wracking, so come on up and have lunch with us. Thanks.
Maybe I'll come along. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you for the presentation. This is very good. I do have a question about the role of AAA. You said that this was amenable. What do they bring to the table? What does the Area Agency on Aging bring to what can happen?
So they are our funding sources, you well know, and under the COVID conditions, they actually changed their billable model to eradicate fee-for-service, which was kind of creating a bottleneck. They're going to be returning to that. So they don't bring anything to the table other than their nod of support. But for the seniors for whom we are currently getting reimbursed from AAA for just the congregate meals would then be reimbursed to Rio Arriba County. I hope that...
That absolutely answers it. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one more point that I forgot to mention. The Arbolero Center that Rio Arriba County operates is only about 10 years old. It's a brand new facility. It's really a good facility for the community. It has a park where I know my kids really spend a lot of time. And so just another opportunity to provide the seniors with a more modern facility that meets all ADA and all of those other important factors.
Okay, yeah, I would be interested to hear what people think, the people who actually go to the Chimayo Senior Center, whether 3 miles down the road seems reasonable or seems totally bizarre to them, very, very important. So thank you. And move on to, I think, the manager's report. Matters from the county manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I only have two brief updates. First, we have scheduled a special meeting of the County Canvassing Board for this Friday at 2:15 p.m. And the purpose of that meeting is to canvass the election results of the June 4, 2024 primary election. Secondly, wanted to remind the board that next week is the annual conference of New Mexico counties that will be held in San Miguel County. Look forward to seeing many of you there, as well as county employees. It's a great event to both learn from our peers throughout the state, but also incorporate new ideas and best practices into what we do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now we will do county managers, and I forget which way I started last time, so I think I'll start with Commissioner Green.
Yay. Okay. Really going to focus on one thing that has come up recently in my district, and a request to seek support for the community in understanding the impact and how the county can play a positive role in this. And so that item, if you haven't been seeing either in the paper or on Nextdoor or on my telephone at 6 o'clock in the morning is that the Bishop's Lodge Resort is in the process, has an EPA and Environment Department permit and we are in the comment period for a solution for their wastewater treatment plant. In general, they've been out of compliance and with a relatively overcapacity facility over the last few years, and the county has worked on a few solutions, and those deals fell through, and so now they're taking it on themselves to figure this out. There's a lot of concern in the Tesuque Valley, and I've heard a lot of this concern, and so I'm hoping that that we can alleviate a lot of the fears and maybe bring some best practices to bear with an analysis of the proposal, as well as maybe a public meeting. So I plan to have a public meeting and a community meeting in the Valley sometimes before the end of the month. July 1st is the end of the comment period, so hopefully we will be able to address the concerns of the community and have some recommendations before that, so that we can present a unified front in support of a solution that remedies the problem that the resort is already having. Besides that, if you all remember, we had put $250,000 in our budget for this year to do a preliminary engineering report to do a regional sewer system, wastewater system for the Tesuque Valley. And so I hope that that can be brought to bear sooner than later, so that we can have a regional solution that everybody gets to take advantage of and makes the groundwater better for everybody in the Tesuque Valley. Thank you, everybody. I will be at New Mexico counties as well. Hope to see you there, or staff, or whoever is going to be there. Thanks.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On June 8th, we had coffee and tea under the trees, and I had Jennifer Romero from the Connect program come and talk, and I highly recommend other commissioners, when they do a town hall or something, have Jennifer come with a really good discussion about the Connect program, and all of the residents and constituents were really happy to hear the program. It's also come to my attention, once again, one of my favorite organizations, which is the Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board, which is under DOE and reports to the president, and is one of the most important boards that exist in the United States, overseeing nuclear weapons facilities and nuclear facilities in general. They do not have a quorum on their board, and they are not able to move projects forward or even come and meet with people. So I have written a resolution for NACO to have them lobby on the behalf of the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board, so that we can get appointments to this board. It is incredibly serious, because the chair, Joyce Conroy, who I've worked with for the last 6 years, her term also is expiring, and then therefore there will only be one member. And what is happening is that the Armed Service Committee in the Senate will not move any nominations forward. There have been 2 nominations, a woman named Barbara Lee. She did get out of the committee, but cannot get onto the floor to be confirmed. And then the president also last week appointed Ike White, who has been the environmental manager for all of the facility sites throughout the United States. And he came here, and he was part of the town hall that I did last year in April. And he would be an excellent person on this board. So I just wanted all of you to know and the constituents to know how serious this is, to not have an oversight board that reports, you know, the safety violations. All the things that we see in the paper that happen at LANL are because of this Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board, and they are the main oversight that is protecting the public throughout the country. I have reached out to Representative John Heaton, who is a former representative here in New Mexico, a Republican from Carlsbad, and he recognizes how important this board is also, and was very happy to see that I had written this resolution. So this is a really bipartisan issue that needs to be moved forward. And so I wanted to share that with the board. I'm also trying to work on my Protect the Pollinators resolution for NACO. I will represent again, but I'm also requesting that it be a platform addition to the platform of the American counties of NACO, so that when I'm no longer on the EELU, the pollinators will continue to be protected. And then also at NACO, we'll be having a WAN meeting, and then we're doing a joint WAN meeting, Women of NACO, with the Arts and Culture Commission of NACO, and we've been working on that. I've been working with the chair of the Arts and Culture Commission, and as the president of the Women of NACO, we have found a location and a space, and so I'm excited that we can do art at NACO. And I too will be in Las Vegas for New Mexico counties, and I do have we had a Casa Alegre neighborhood association, party for the 75th year, and that was really fun. And then I wanted to give a brief update that on the shooting range out on the Caja del Rio, it is still with the solicitor's office, and they're working through some issues, but we do hope that the EA will be released in the next month or so. And one of the things that I hope that we can add and see on the strategic plan is not only just an arts and cultural center, but in Agua Fria, but also I have asked in the past about a senior center in Agua Fria, and I am sorry that they left before I got to ask this, but it would be nice to know if we ever did did research on the fact of need for the village for a senior center, and what we're doing to provide that. I know that there is a senior center in the city, but it's quite a little ways away from the village. So I would like to know if we've done some research on that. But as far as the Arts and Culture Center in the village has gotten, the traditional historic village has gotten a Main Street grant to design a cultural center, and they've been working with an architect. And part of the idea is possibly it could go at the area where the Nancy Rodriguez Center is, because that has, the master plan is designed to have more buildings there than just the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center, but then we could have an arts and culture center or a storytelling center or some other items that the group that is working with Main Street in New Mexico tourism would be interested in. So that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
I'm sorry to report that we keep having accidents, vehicular accidents off of the Los Pinos Road area, and walls are taken out, as well as we just received another email about really pushing to get the Highway 14 Bonanza Creek area repaired. So I bring that up, it's top of mind, a lot of damage, and I'm just really hoping that we're seeing, now that the weather's improving, that will really be a priority in getting these areas that have already been planned for remediation taken care of. Many years ago, with Commissioner Javier Gonzalez, I told him, the blood is on your hands, mister. You haven't done anything to fix this intersection. And I'm sitting in a position where, you know, he looked at me and said, I'll do what I can, you know, neighborhood nuisance girl. And I really was pushing on this issue, and it was a big problem. We were having lots of accidents at the intersection of the 599 West Frontage Road before it had lights or anything. And as we have developed, and I've said it from this dais before, as we've developed, we now have more traffic, more speeding. It really seemed as though it was going to make a difference to have the lights that let you know how fast you're going. But yesterday, 5 calls about the accident that happened the night before at 9 p.m. that wiped out a wall and someone's going to get killed, and I'm hearing in my head, this is going to be on our hands. So I ask desperately for us to make whatever movement we can in those opportunities that we have to address the problems with traffic safety, and dealing with problem speeders before they have an opportunity to speed. You know, looking for that engineering plan, community-informed engineering plan in the La Cienega area was the initial ask, given that we had started that work with the La Cienega Valley Association a number of years ago, and now with what is happening off of Highway 14 and doing whatever we can as we see increased traffic in our county, and only following up with more accidents. So that has been a priority more recently, and otherwise, nothing else big to share. We're looking forward to the work that's being done with PFAS, incredibly grateful for the county, and the meetings that will happen. The next one is on the 20th of June, as well as the funding that's been made available by the county, and an opportunity that is coming up in the near future for some gap funding for those who may not qualify for the county funding. So thank you all, and moving forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Commissioner Hanson already went. But Commissioner Hamilton is happy to speak. So I wanted to mention that I just returned from last week at some international meetings for the Society for Freshwater Sciences. And one of the big plenaries was on exactly that topic of PFAS. They did an incredibly interesting job documenting the nature of the problems, the complexity of it, and some of the challenges that communities and regions see in addressing it, which includes the way it cycles, including through sewage treatment plants and landfills, where you can't, it gives a more complex frame that has to be dealt with. And I only bring it up to point out that we're dealing with something that is a really big issue, but that's a national issue, and hopefully maybe some of the things that came out there might be of help to the county when we're looking at this problem. The other thing I wanted to mention is that tomorrow night, which is actually Wednesday already, halfway through the week, is Coffee with the Commish for District 4. It'll be at Hondo Station 2 starting at 5:30. And a lot of people know that increasingly in our communities, and particularly in my district, the threats of wildfires at the urban wildland interface offer a lot of challenges, and it turns out one of them is also getting homeowners insurance, which many of my constituents are having increasing challenges with, and I bet that's happening in many other states, so I bet it's happening in other parts of Santa Fe County. And so, as one of the themes for Coffee with the Commish, Assistant Chief John LeBlay, who's right here, is going to join us, and the department, our fire department has started to look at some of these issues and think about what things can be addressed, and what sort of defining the issues better. And this is going to be an opportunity for all you guys in District 4 to come and share what your experiences are, which will hopefully some of the information will help inform you, and what you share with us is going to help inform the way the county fire department looks at things. And if you come, you'll also get a chance to meet the next incoming commissioner. So hope everybody can come.
Thank you. For District 5, there was a lot of comments about, as Commissioner Bustamante said, safety on Route 14. I hope that the repairs are made soon, and that we can get that purchase order and go ahead with it. And then that we also get the study, because the study's been in the works for 6 months, and it's a rather long time to wait for it. The other thing that people brought up is that they're really concerned about the local emergency committee, and it's more than just the one person who complained about the structure of it, but people feel like El Dorado is in between the route of WHIP and the building of a solar station, and they want to have a lot of input on hazardous waste, or at least, a good plan for response to emergencies. And other than that, I think that's it. So we will move on to other elected officials. Is any other elected officials online or in-house or from the clerk have any comments? No. Okay. So matters from county attorney. Jeff, do you want to give us an update on what we're going to talk about?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So this afternoon, I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978, and specifically including 2 items. Number 1, Lindsay versus Board of County Commissioners. That's in the United States District Court for the District of New Mexico, case number 123 CV 00271 JBSCY. And then secondly, the City of Santa Fe versus Board of County Commissioners in the First Judicial District Court here in Santa Fe, case number D101 CV 2023 01555.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss the issues that were mentioned by the county attorney.
Second.
Commissioner Hanson made the motion. Commissioner Hamilton, second. Can we have a roll call?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
Yes.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be back in 45 minutes to an hour, I guess, for the public hearing. All right. Somebody needs to make a motion to come out of executive session.
I will so move to come out of executive session. And stating that we didn't make any decisions, or that we only discussed what was on the agenda as reported by the county attorney. Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am going to make a motion on the City of Santa Fe versus the Board of County Commissioners, First Judicial District case number D-101-CV-2023-01555. On that case, while we strongly disagree with the judge's decision, we will not go forward on appeal in this case because we really believe that we need to work and create more stable community. We want to see resolution to all of these issues. We know that the residents of Area 1B really do not care to be in the city, but that is something that will be decided as we move forward. But in the meantime, we need to have resolution so that the constituents can continue to get permits, can continue to have answers to their situation for their land use. So with that, that is my motion.
Madam Commissioner, may I second that, but may I restate your motion? Since that seemed very long and probably not quite a motion. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm fine with it. But for the greater good of the community, let's move on. And we have chosen not to do this while we strongly disagree with the judge.
And
Judge's decision.
Okay, so we have the elaborate motion made by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Okay. It's done with matters from the executive attorney. Thank you, Attorney Young. Now to public hearing. First of all, the hearing on banning fireworks, and that will be Jama Blay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, given that we've had a couple of rainy days lately, I've put together some documents to help justify fire department's request of the board to proclaim a severe drought and to ban certain fireworks. So with your permission, I'd like to present some of these documents. So I'm here before you as a representative of the fire department to respectfully request the Board of County Commissioners approval of a resolution to proclaim extreme or severe drought conditions within Santa Fe County and to ban the sale and use of certain fireworks in the unincorporated portions and within wildlands in Santa Fe County. This resolution bans the sale and use of certain fireworks in the unincorporated portions and within wildlands in the county. It shall take effect upon approval and remain in place for 30 days. It will expire after this time period unless renewed by subsequent action of the board. Approval of these restrictions is necessitated by persistent and severe drought conditions. Currently, there are 2 wildfires burning in the state of New Mexico, including the Indios, which is now at 11,500 acres and 85% contained, and Blue 2, which is 7,600 acres and 85% contained. Due to the significant fire danger and prevailing drought conditions, the New Mexico State Forester has concurred with our decision to ban the use of fireworks because abnormally warm temperatures, low humidity, high winds, and the abundance of dry fuel material increase the chances of fire incidents. As indicated by the United States National Integrated Drought Information System, drought conditions are forecast to persist and deepen throughout Santa Fe County and New Mexico in the coming weeks. Under these circumstances, this resolution will reduce the likelihood of an accidental human-ignited wildland fire, improve public and firefighter safety, and preserve property in Santa Fe County. And with this, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hamilton.
Not really a question. I really appreciate you bringing this forward. It's always funny to have the irony of it raining on the day you do it. Yes. And, hugely grateful for the rain. But the fact of the matter is, many of my constituents and volunteers that, we're really close with in the fire department who've been, in addition to the fires that get big enough to be, institutionalized and documented, everybody I know that comments to me is really happy to see this happen. I mean, if we're lucky enough to get enough rain to make it unnecessary, you can get rid of it at the appropriate time. This is the really responsible thing to do. And there was a fire start while I was out of town, just north of Pecos, right across the highway from me. And while they contained it at 7 and some plus acres, that could have gone really bad in the circumstances. And, all the guys at Hondo and Glorieta were talking about that, that there's a certain amount of luck and, a benefit of quick response, but a certain amount of luck and the conditions of it being windy and hot and dry. So I am very much in favor of this and very much appreciate that you guys watched this and brought it forward.
Commissioner Hanson.
I'll right after her.
Okay.
If that's
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, you're
Thank you.
next.
I appreciate it, and I have to echo what Commissioner Hamilton said. I'm grateful for this. The big question that I have is, how will we let people know? Are there ways to put postings large enough that people know? I think of the area near San Pedro, of course, La Cienega, in these areas that are more dense with foliage. And I've mentioned before that even in winter conditions, we've had fires sustain longer than they usually ever had, so there's a lot of dry fodder there. But to have postings and communicate with individuals, how could we do that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, we will do a press release in collaboration with the PIO officer. We'll also post on the fire department website. We have a couple of road marquee signs that we can post at a couple of fire stations. And we will also reach out to the governors of the pueblos and see if they, and Rio Arriba County and neighboring jurisdictions to see if they can be on board also. But this all only depends on them. They have to make that decision. But we will definitely get the word out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I completely support this. We also have a county Facebook page, which I think that we could, once we pass this, it could be put on. But
and the fire department has a Facebook page.
Right, yeah. So everybody can use, and then we can spread it out also. But one of the things that I've seen on Facebook is that people say instead of buying fireworks, buy a couple cans or bags of dog food and take it to the shelter. I think people need to be reminded of how damaging fireworks are to our four-legged friends, and that we need to be respectful of their fear and their trauma that they are also facing. So I would encourage anybody who thinks that they didn't have, they wanted to spend money on fireworks, go buy some high-end dog food and give it to the shelter, or give it to your neighbor, or, you know, help other people who know the trauma of what fireworks do. And I hope this will do some good in the city and in the county, but this is only in the county, and I hope the city will pass some similar resolution, because even though it's raining, when it's not raining, it's still really hot out there, and the heat is much hotter than it used to be. I think we can all testify to that from our own personal experience. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Marshall. First, my dog thanks you. Although we live in the city, I promised him that I would show his support of this. But also, a couple questions. First, the statement that we live in the desert and fire is a risk, and as we've been discussing here and we've discussed in other meetings, the lack of insurance, we should just be minimizing our risk for our community all the time. And so that's the statement. And sort of the flip side of that is this possible either through ordinance or some thing, and so this would go to our attorney and our county manager, is it possible for this to be the default and that we would, no, okay, right on, that we could not ban sale of fireworks in Santa Fe County unless we change and we allow it in a certain circumstance?
I think
Anyway,
that
it
the
doesn't have to be.
state-
Yeah.
The state law says that we can only ban fireworks when there's a drought.
Okay, that's fine. The fireworks industry is very powerful. I understand. But the other thing is that I'm not against fireworks in all manners. I think a controlled, beautiful display is something that we should support. And so I don't know if there is going to be the potential for this to support the city's display with the Kiwanis down at Santa Fe Place Mall. Maybe it's not for next year, but to show that we're not just adamantly against this, but that we're here for controlled and safe burns. We support Zozobra, but we don't support burning effigies in your backyard, right? So everybody, we have our representative events that manifest a lot of what we want to do, but don't put at risk our fingers and our houses. So I'm so in support of this. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think last year I had brought this up a little, probably too late for us to discuss it, and I appreciate this, and I hope that every year before the deadline that we have a good debate about this while I'm on this board, and that you're proactive to say, should we or shouldn't we, but our deadline is here, and then we bring it to the board.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, during our dissemination of this information and press release, we'll encourage people to attend display fireworks shows like in Albuquerque, Santa Fe, or Rio Rancho.
Great.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yeah, I appreciate the thought of having something that could be more bigger picture, if you will. And I did speak with one of our Native American communities about selling them, and I recognize that they have the right to sell them, but when we have a prohibition, if there is something that happens, and I recognize it's a sensitive thing to say, but people need to be held accountable if they're being sold during a time it's prohibited, and if we were to have a fire, I would hope that people would be held accountable for actually putting them on the market. But I say that in the interest of saying it out loud, that I understand the sovereign aspect of it, but I also understand the overall social impact. I have been the beneficiary of having bottle rockets shot into my goat corral on a regular basis. I don't know if it's funny. I don't know why anyone would do it. I find it really problematic. And if they're being sold, there's not a whole lot I can do. I run around looking for whoever was shooting them in my area, but I do think that there's a certain level of accountability that needs to take place for those who are going to still make sure that people have them in their hands. They just wouldn't be allowed to use them within the county. So That's my take on it, but thank you.
Okay, I think we need to have a public hearing, so let us see if anybody wants to speak to us on this. Nobody online? Anybody in the room? Nobody in the room? Okay, closing public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we approve this resolution.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? No. Okay, we have the requested ban on fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2024-078.
7-8. Okay, let's move to 12B, the Tierra que Canta time extension. Go ahead, Kenneth.
John Lovato, Building Development Services. Hello, Commissioners. Good evening. Rembi Las Campanas applicant requests a 12-month time extension for a previously approved Tierra que Canta preliminary plat and final plat approval for a 22-lot residential subdivision on Tract B and Tract H of Los Centeros subdivision, consisting of 12.23 acres more or less. The property is located at 0 Calle Gonzalez within the Las Campanas Planned Development District within Section 15, Township 17 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 2. Summary. In 1992, the BCC granted approval for the development known as Las Campanas, consisting of 1,419 residential lots to be developed in phases, 2 golf courses with a club complex, tennis courts, an equestrian center, and related accessory facilities on 3,549 acres. This approval did not include Las Campanas Estates 1 and 2. On February 8, 2000, the BCC approved the master plan, master plat, and final plat for the development known as Los Centeros at Las Campanas de Santa Fe. Development was comprised of residential subdivision consisting of 68 lots to be developed in one phase with an additional 8 tracts to be developed in future phases. The total number of phase master planned lots approved for Los Centeros was 194 lots on 128 plus or minus acres. The February 8, 2000 Los Centeros master plan and master plat approval included Tract B and H, which combined allowed for a total of 22 master plan lots on 12.23 acres. On March 12, 2020, an application for conceptual plan approval was presented to the SLDC hearing officer together with staff's recommendation of approval. The hearing officer recommended approval, recorded April 9, 2022, in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office. Recommended that the application be approved subject to staff's proposed conditions, all of which were agreed to by the applicant. On April 16, 2020, the application was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The case was tabled until applicant was able to address concerns raised by both the Planning Commission and neighbors who spoke in opposition to the application. On February 18, 2021, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the proposed conceptual plan, as well as to grant approval for the 3 variances needed in order for the proposed conceptual plan of this project to become a reality. 3 variances granted by the Planning Commission were a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.4 of the SLDC for steep slope disturbance in excess of 30%, with more than 3 separate areas exceeding 1,000 square feet each, a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.1 of the SLDC, which prohibits structures on a ridgetop, ridgeline, or shoulder unless there is no other buildable area in the property, and a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.11.12.1.4 of the SLDC to allow driveway separation of less than 100 feet from the return radius of an intersection. The Santa Fe County Planning Commission upheld staff's recommendation to the 3 requested variances that were also needed in order to ensure a safe and functional road network for the proposed Tierra que Canta conceptual plan development. On June 14, 2022, the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners voted unanimously to grant preliminary final plat approval to allow 22 residential lots to be developed in one phase in the development known as Tierra que Canta. At the same time, the BCC also approved the applicant's request for an amendment to condition number 21 of the BCC prior approval from the June 8, 2021 BCC meeting of the conceptual plan. The original order had required roads within the subdivision to be built to collector road standards. The approved amendment allowed roads within the subdivision to be built to cul-de-sac standards. The order from the June 14, 2022 meeting has been recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's office on August 10th, 2022. The applicant now requests 12-month time extension of a preliminary plat and final plat approval for a 22 residential and subdivision known as Tierra Canta de las Campanas on Tract B and Tract H of the Los Enteros subdivision consisting of 12.23 acres more or less. Applicable law. Applicable requirements under the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance 2016-9, which govern the application are the following. Chapter 5, Section 5.7.11 and Chapter 5, Section 5.8.7 address the expiration of preliminary and final plats respectively. At preliminary plat and final plat stage, the application was reviewed for the following: fire protection, water supply, liquid waste, and solid waste. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval of 12-month time extension of the previously approved Tierra Canta final plat approval for a 22-lot residential subdivision on Tract B and Tract H of Los Santeros subdivision consisting of 12.23 acres more or less, which must be approved by the Board of County Commissioners as per Chapter 5, Section 5.8.7, expiration of final plat as per the SLDC. It is the discretion of the BCC to approve or deny the 12-month time extension. The BCCA may also consider the information presented by staff and the applicant to approve the request. Staff recommends that no further extension be granted. Thank you, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you. Was there any reason for the delay of this project at this point?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, what the applicant has responded to me with is that they had a contractor on board to help him out along with the process. But the contractor was currently working on a 2-year project, and it was unfeasible for him to get on board with the applicant. So the applicant has postponed it and decided to go on his own and pursue this.
And seek another contractor and so on?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Jordan.
Commissioner Green, that is correct.
Commissioner, Chair, I would like to point out that they actually only asked for 8 months. We went ahead and upped it to 12 because that's the max allowed by SLDC. My fear was they came and asked for 8, they would come at the 6th month and say, can we have the additional 4? And we would be right back up here again. And so in all reality, they only asked for 8 months, but we're going ahead and give them the max allowed by SLDC.
And the 8 months is to complete it, or the 8 months is to start it?
To record.
To record?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, not even to start work. I mean, this is to record it. So recording should have been the easiest part of this, right?
They have to meet the conditions.
The conditions, okay. And the variances are all tied into this? Like if we give this extension, there's no clawback of any of the, they do. They had 3 variances. I just want to be clear that all the variances stick with this and there's no, has the neighborhood said anything about this? Did they have to put out any communications to the neighborhood or anything?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, mailouts were sent out. It was posted on the property for 21 days. In the instance of the variances, I believe that's why he asked for 8 months, because he knows the variance will expire. And so he has to act on the case as soon as possible and have a final plat recordation.
But this hearing right now was not, we were the only body to advertise this. They had no obligation to advertise this or put a sign up on their property.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, they did do the
They
post
did.
report and they did
So
send
for
out mailouts.
21 days prior to today, there's been a sign up there and nobody's called to say, don't do this. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Jay Remy. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, I was going to give you a chance to talk. Do you want to say anything to us?
Yes, I actually had it under contract.
Sorry, you have to
Sir.
be sworn in.
I'm sorry.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jay Remby. My address is 9808 Bonatera Loop, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87114.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I've had this property under contract with another buyer developer for 2 years, and it wasn't until about 2 months ago that they notified me that they are not moving forward for a variety of reasons. In order for me to record a plat, I need to put a bond in place, which means that I need to get all my infrastructure numbers in place. I need to have P&M further along. I have to have a loan in place. So there's really no ability for me to record a plat without getting a lot more information. Unfortunately, the buyer put me in a bind. And so I do need as much time as possible to move this forward. I personally did not request 8 months. I requested, the most amount of time to give me to get this going. And I've been working on it a long time. Unfortunately, I have not been able to move forward due to the delays with the current the past buyer.
Okay. Is there anyone else online who'd like to speak? Okay, no more public comment?
Well, he was the applicant.
What's that?
He was the applicant.
I know, he's the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, now the public hearing. But there's no public, so now the public hearing closed. All right, continue. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the time extension of Reme Las Campanas request for time extension of the previous preliminary and final plat approval for 22 lot residential subdivision on 12.23 acres, more or less, located within the Las Campanas Plan Development District, etc.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the extension is granted. And now, any announcements before we adjourn? If not, someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good, we're done.